we initiate chaos. Theory guarantees that we'll play like lightning shots, sounding like thunder. For every time in the face that it hits us, we're faster. Well, they should know by now. They see the world keeps trying to shake us. It only waits us. The pendulum swings. The pendulum swings. It's in a beautiful darkness. Only another. It's full steam ahead. Full steam ahead. All about the Betty Express. Misdirected from the start. It's a runaway train. Come on, freight train. I'm on a freight train. In a beautiful darkness, the Betty Express. In a beautiful darkness.
Well, welcome back, everyone. We are going to be starting in the afternoon yesterday because we didn't end up finishing. I had to help with kiddos and other things like that. But Commonwealth, we did not forget you. I have a bow. I have decided to live as Truvy now, legitimately. Like I told Mr. Mo, like, this is my style now. Get used to it. I'm ordering more wigs. Uh, Obviously, I haven't started ordering, and he is aware that this is just a phase. But yeah, I'm living as Truvy now. Anywho, so I do have this bumped up to 1.25 speed. I did watch a bit ahead, and the kind of constant complaint was that he was incredibly slow testifying. So I do have it bumped up. We might bump it up to 1.5 since we are behind. Now, I did look ahead as well, and according to X, it doesn't look like there's going to be a rebuttal or a response back from the defense after cross-examination and possible redirect of this particular witness. So it does look like we will be doing closing arguments tomorrow if everything goes according to plan for today once we get there. So hopefully that has oriented you. Now, I do want to remind you that this is the prosecution's rebuttal witness, and he does seem very clinical and matter-of-fact at the real heartbreaking reality that's at the bottom of this trial. So I do have, puppy kitten breaks or moxie breaks if we need them. He from what I kind of skim watched ahead, he doesn't get graphic, but he is rather matter of fact and clinical about what happened. And I know that this is an incredibly hard case, so do be mindful of your mental health.
This is your last chance. You have to kill your kids before you kill yourself. But also that it was that her children would suffer if she did not do that. When I asked her about the voice that she heard, again, she said that it started really right after the telephone call at 5:34 with her husband, Patrick. And she said it was a man's voice. It was very clear. It was external. In other words, it came from outside of her head. That it was constant. So this phrase, "This is your last chance. You have to kill your kids and then kill yourself," was something that was repeated over and over and over and over again during that period that she strangled her children. And then just as soon as it started, it stopped at when she had finished killing the children, strangling the children.
Doctor, was there anything about what she reported to you about the voice that was significant to you in your evaluation, and if so, why?
I am going to try it at 1.5 because he does take forever to calculate his answers. So we'll see if that's too chipmunky. If it is, we'll bump it back down to 1.25. But the common complaint from everyone, even on the side that is very pro Commonwealth, was that he was very long-winded.
Well, what was significant to me is that she had not spoken about hearing voices before that in any of the mental health professionals, the psychiatrists, the nurse practitioners, the physicians and staff in the emergency departments or at McLean. And so this was the first.
And he does make a fair point. She didn't come out and, quantify anything as a voice or hearing things. But I do have to question whether any of the clinicians actually asked or delved deeper into how these dark thoughts that she continually talked about, how they manifested, because there does seem to be a bit that's lost in translation if you don't ask what those dark thoughts entail. But he is correct in the statement of the fact that, in my watching of all the trial, there's not been a time where Lindsay actually went to a clinician that was in charge of her care and said, I'm hearing external voices or internal voices. Now, she did talk about intrusive thoughts, but didn't again say that there was sort of any auditory cue with any of those.
First time that she reported that was documented, but also that she experienced an auditory hallucination, according to what she told me. So that was unusual. And then also, what was very unusual was the fact that the voice stopped with the death of, or the strangling of her youngest son, Callan, and that she went upstairs and then proceeded to engage in behavior in an effort to kill herself, but that the voice had stopped as soon as she had strangled her last Callan, her youngest child.
If I could stop you there for a moment and ask you, you said that it's unusual that this was the first time that she had heard this voice. Why is that unusual?
Well, she had certainly suffered with symptoms of mental illness, depression and anxiety, most specifically. Anxiety that she had reported to Dr. Tufts in mid-September. And then certainly the symptoms that later on included suicidal ideation and also what she said were darker or intrusive thoughts to harm her children that she mentioned to her husband and her mother on, I think, 2 occasions.
And Doctor, you also mentioned that it was unusual that the voice stopped after Callan was killed. Why is that unusual?
Well, I've worked with, compared to other patients that I've treated who have had command auditory hallucinations.
I'm going to object to that. You want the same objection as raised before? Councilor, I see it.
In dealing with diagnosing and treating people who have psychosis, and what you've learned in all your training and schooling, is it typical for someone in psychosis to hear a voice only one time, never before, never after?
No.
And again, based on your training experience, is it typical for someone in psychosis to hear a voice that's constant rather than intermittent?
No, that is not typical.
And what does it mean, the difference between a constant voice and an intermittent voice?
Well, an intermittent.
But there's always a first time. So even if it's intermittent, the first, onset of that auditory hallucination would not be recorded anywhere. So it would appear as the first phenomena. Now, I'm sure he's going to go on to explain this, and Reddington's going to go on to have a counterpoint. But Denise makes a very good point. The first time that something happens, there's no pattern established. Now, if it happens to repeat again and again, but at the first onset of a typically patterned behavior, you're not going to notice a pattern.
Voice would come and go. It wouldn't necessarily just keep playing over and over again as if it were on a tape, which Ms. Clancy told me that it was a voice. It's the same thing in the same tone, repeated over.
Quick break. Is that too fast for everyone, or are we okay? I know it's a little fast for me, and I usually watch at 1.5, but I want to make sure you guys are able to hear it. The closed captions won't stay up with the increased speed, so just let me know in the chat if it's too fast.
and over until she had strangled Callan.
And is it typical, based on your training and experience, for someone to hear command hallucinations and then for them to stop abruptly?
No. Committing the act is not curative of the voice. I've not ever seen that.
And doctor, based on your training experience, someone in psychosis hearing a voice without accompanying delusions, is that typical?
That would be pretty rare. It's absolutely not typical.
And in talking to Ms. Clancy, did you speak to her about the concern she had that if she had voiced thoughts of harming her children to providers, medical providers, that her children would have been taken away?
Yes.
And did you see that as a delusional thought?
No. Certainly with...
No, but she also stated that she thought her thought, according to Lindsay, if we're going by Lindsay's testimony and Lindsay's self-report, she also stated she thought other people could read her mind, that if she thought too loud, the teachers at Little Sprouts daycare would hear what she was thinking and take away her children. Now, that doesn't sound rational. Now, her having worked as a labor and delivery nurse, I could see how you would find that to be a rational conclusion, but I do have to say that as a juror, I'm looking at the totality, and it doesn't seem like a rational link on all the levels. Like, it does make sense as a labor delivery nurse, but I don't know. I am not an expertologist.
The requirements that healthcare professionals have to report any issues that could cause harm to children, for example, has required reporters. It's very rational for her to be concerned that by voicing her thoughts of harm could cause her children, certainly an assessment and a rapid assessment and a determination about how best to keep the children safe. So I didn't see that as irrational, but rather rational, just understanding the healthcare system.
And when reviewing the records and speaking to Ms. Clancy, did you see or notice any delusional statements or beliefs surrounding the hearing of that voice on the 24th?
No, I didn't.
Now, based on your training experience, is it typical for someone in psychosis to hear a voice and immediately act on it?
No.
And why is that?
I'd like to have it over hearing at this point, Judge, unless this is, I'd like to test his qualifications. To this.
I'm going to, same objection, same ruling.
So your opinion is it's not typical, correct?
Correct.
Now, you mentioned the defendant told you that when she received the call from her husband at 5:33 and called him back at 5:34, that she was getting dinner ready for her children, correct?
Yes.
And did she tell you what she was about to?
Okay. I think we were a little ahead of this because we were talking about controlling behavior and her cutting up the chicken nuggets and then there already being food and things like that. So I am going to go a little bit ahead because I think we had
Treated for her anxiety with Prozac and Wellbutrin and also propranolol. And this was for a fairly significant period of time during their dating, approximately a year. And when I spoke with Mr. Clancy, and also in other testimony and collateral information, he was completely unaware that she was experiencing mental health symptoms at that time that they were dating, or that she was taking medication. And he said he did not learn that she had taken medication, mental health medication, Prozac, Wellbutrin. Those are both antidepressants, as well as propranolol, which helps with anxiety, particularly with the kind of presentations that she was doing. But he was unaware until during this time that she was having, great difficulty, November, December time period.
And that's of 2022?
Yes. But there are other aspects too, where her portrayal misled others in terms of how she was doing.
Can you give us an example of that?
Yes. Well, in the numerous text messages, which really varied, there were times when she stated that she was doing very well. And for example, even in the days leading up to the 24th of January 2023, the photographs that she was sending on Instagram and the like really portrayed something very different than what she stated.
Wait a minute. Did the Commonwealth expert just make the argument that Instagram isn't real life? Does anyone tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth on the interwebs? Because weren't we raised to not even give out our own names? Aren't we all the generation who typed in 18 years old female, even though we were 12 in AOL chat rooms? Because if so, I hope the statute of limitations is up on that, because I got some issues to explain to my mom, too. You cite Instagram, sir? For the love of tiny giblets.
Later stated was going on inside. With regard to providers, Ms. Clancy told me that during this period that she was having such difficulty, and that.
Okay, you guys, I know we want a fulsome picture and everything, but y'all, I'm trying to be good, but I'm this tempted to speed ahead. There is a reason that the Minnesota multiphasic, one of the, gold standards of personality assessment, has a K scale, not only for malingering, exaggerating your symptoms, but then also with the understanding that there are personality types that will minimize, whether consciously or subconsciously, their symptomology. Now, if we can agree that there are certain types of presentations in mental health issues that will present with a minimization rather than an exaggeration. So masking is a fig Newton. The studied phenomenon of patients minimizing their symptomology is news to you, like postpartum depression?
Was really starting in October. She started taking medication in October. Ms. Clancy told me that she was having real difficulty with some symptoms and anxiety and the like. Her mother-in-law suggested to her that there was a doctor that she knew named Rose who was willing to talk with her just on an informal basis. And so, as I understand, this doctor made time for her to be seen, not in an official way, not as in a doctor-patient relationship, but just to get an understanding about Ms. Clancy's problems. And that this doctor recommended Lamictal or lamotrigine as a medication.
Now, I do have personal experience with Lamictal. My first husband had bipolar 1. He has since passed on. And look, I've dealt with 21 years of grief, so I think it's okay if I share this, but there was a very specific way he had to start Lamictal because it's not a cosmetic rash. It is like the shingles. If you have a reaction to this, it is very carefully that you have to start this because it's a shingles-like rash. It's not a cosmetic surface topical, ew, I don't look good in Instagram. It is a painful rash that can be caused by Lamictal. So, and it is one of the things that they do prescribe, at least they did for my husband for his particular, symptomology of bipolar. But there was a very careful way that he had to start that. And, I was in charge of monitoring him because his doctor made very clear to us that this wasn't a joke, that these were incredibly painful. And this was not, I mean, it's been 21 years, so I don't remember exactly, but I remember it was very clear that if there was a rash, it was indicative of something potentially more worrisome, and it was painful and not at all cosmetic. So not at all, oh, well, it's a couple little bumps, I have to use more foundation. No, it was a serious warning, and it continues to be on Lamictal commercials today.
that could be very helpful, with regard to the depression she was experiencing, the issues with mood and the like. And so, in looking at Dr. Tufts' notes, there is a note, I believe, on December 1st of 2022, in which they discuss Lamictal as a real possible medication. And then by mid-December, it was really a very, very difficult time. The whole month of December, in many ways, was very difficult. But after this experience,
Yeah, we have a question.
So you talked about the defendant seeing the provider named Rose and getting the recommendation for Lamictal, the defendant talking to Dr. Tufts about the Lamictal. Was there another provider that she talked to about Lamictal?
yes,
And who was that?
that was nurse practitioner Gelada.
And eventually was Lamictal prescribed by one of these providers?
Well, really by both. And when you say talking, it was a written communication and not a verbal one.
And so could you tell from the records whether or not Ms. Clancy filled the prescription for Lamictal?
Yes.
What is Lamictal?
Lamotrigine is actually, Lamictal is an anticonvulsant that was approved for bipolar disorder back in the early 2000s, I think 2003, for bipolar disorder. Now it's used for epilepsy, but also been found by the FDA to be extremely helpful in depression related to bipolar disorder.
And after receiving the 3 recommendations to try Lamictal and the prescription from Dr. Tufts, which she filled, did the defendant tell you whether or not she took the Lamictal?
She told me that she had decided not to take the Lamictal because she was concerned about the potential for a rash, a serious rash.
And the fact that 3 providers recommended this medication to help her and the defendant chose not to take it because of the potential of this rash, was that significant to you in any way in your evaluation?
Yes.
And how so?
I'm doing what the Commonwealth doesn't want us to do, but side effects, common side effects. Now, serious side effects, rashes, severe skin reaction, Stevens-Johnson syndrome, toxic epidermal necrolysis with blistering or peeling skin. So this is not, like I said, a rash. This is epidermal, so skin, necro, dying. Iasis basically means a disease. It also comes with a black label or a black box warning about increased ideation and behavioral changes. But it's not a rash. It's not, again, I'm not trying to be a butt monkey, but I have personal experience. Well, it's a serious side effect, but it is one that they don't know you're going to have a sensitivity to it unless you show it, and by then things are bad. So it's not a rash, y'all. I'm not trying to be like I said, there are very few things I'm an expertologist on, but when you have to watch someone that you love and you want to get better, and you have to make sure that the medication, A, doesn't make them worse, and B, doesn't give them a terribly, serious side effect. The rash is not a mild side effect. You can Google it right now. Now, not that I am Cenk Uygur or anything, but it's under serious side effects. It's not under common side effects, which are nausea, vomiting, headache, dizziness, double or blurred vision, sleep problems, including insomnia or drowsiness, tremors, lack of coordination, a runny nose, sore throat, and back pain, to a mild skin rash. Now, again, then it goes to mild side effects, dry mouth, fatigue, abdominal pain, weight changes, and mild allergic reactions. So I'm sorry, but no, Commonwealth. Your expert knows that there are serious reasons that people decide not to take Lamictal. It's not just because of a rash.
Well, Dr. Tufts had written the prescription and it had been filled. Actually, Nurse Gelada also wrote a prescription for the Lamictal, and Ms. Clancy told her, well, you can cancel that because I already have a prescription of Lamictal from Dr. Tufts. What was concerning was that I don't see evidence that Dr. Tufts was notified that she had decided against the lamictal. And so that would have given a provider an opportunity to think about something else that also could help in this domain. But yet Ms. Clancy had decided not to take it.
And is a reluctance to take medication, again, a sign of anything? Is it indicative of anything? Did anyone dig deeper beyond, I don't want to be nursing and take this medication, or I don't want a rash? Did anyone stop to ask her how the side effects, I mean, again, all of these things were side effects and symptomology of all the medication. And I can tell you, as someone who went from 5 years ago having maybe a Tylenol or an Excedrin if I was feeling spicy, to having 36 different medications, all of which extremely powerful, thrown at me because doctors really don't know what they're doing, and the side effects were intense. And I am just genetically unlucky. I am sensitive to nearly all the side effects of anything. It's just unlucky, I guess. But there is a general reluctance to try a new medication after a while. It's just like, I'm not feeling anything with this one, but at least I'm okay with the side effects on this one. I don't know what a new medication's gonna have. So I do understand that there is gonna be a contingent of people that hate me for saying anything or offering any perspective that may prove that Lindsay Clancy isn't a horrible, manipulative liar. But I can tell you, only talking about myself, that, yeah, patients might be reluctant to take medication because the side effects are what we have to live with 24/7.
But also not to tell the doctor that she had decided not to take it.
Well, doctor, was there also something that you noticed in the way Ms. Clancy described to you, how she was feeling at McLean Hospital when she was there versus the description of her feelings in the McLean records?
Yes.
And what was the difference between the two, and how was it significant in your evaluation?
Jen, but I wonder if that wasn't a sign. Again, would a clinician maybe say, okay, why are you catastrophizing? We've looked at lamictal. We've talked rationally about the chances of side effects. Why is this something that you can't stop? Again, is this Lindsay being manipulative, or is this another sign of her trying to control her environment, having intrusive thoughts about, getting a rash, about everything going wrong, about catastrophizing about a new medication? I've been there. I am, an inside catastrophe. Okay. So so I I wouldn't characterize that 100% as manipulative on a conscious level if she's having intrusive thoughts and can't stop the worry, which would be again, another sign of anxiety and things like that. But I'm not a clinician, so maybe there is a different way to categorize this.
I recall that she told me that she felt like a zombie, very, very significantly affected.
Excuse you, Volstorm. I am Truvy. Mr. Mo, no reality.
And certainly while
Y'all, God bless it. I don't know what it is about me being live, and I mean nothing by this, but I hate to be the one that brings this to you, but at least I'm dressed up as Truvy. It looks like it's being reported that we lost Tim Curry as well. Damn it. Let me pull up DuckDuckGo, you guys, while we're here, because I've just about had it with this slow talking man. Uh, for the No, reality. We done talked about this. No, we didn't even think we had to protect freaking Tim Curry. What the flippin' flapjack? I'm trying not to curse. I was trying to live my life good for one day for Dolly Parton, damn it. Tim Curry has passed away at 80 after a legendary film career. You may have known him as the devil in Legend, or as your favorite interpretation of Captain Hook. Well, no, not Captain Hook. Oh, your favorite captain in Muppet Treasure Planet or Treasure Island. It doesn't look like there's a lot of information as of yet, you guys. But he is reported to have passed away on Tuesday evening. Y'all, I'm about done with reality, okay? Y'all, we lost Dolly, and I'm ready to cosplay as Truvy for the rest of my damn life, okay? I cannot take. Fair point. And Mr. Curry, Dolly, welcome him home. Y'all, I'm not streaming anymore. I don't know if I'm a jinx, I swear. "2026, who do we need to?" That's it. I'm gathering YouTube. I'm gathering the council of Moline, and we are calling the nerdship of the rings, and we are stopping this shit. We are stopping this shit. I am done. Grim Reaper, no. No, sir. No, no, ma'am. It's 2026. Hell, I don't know anymore. No. We are done. We cannot handle it all. We are already grieving, okay? No, we are not all right. No, send funeral tatoes. No, Val, I'm legitimately this close to just going to a craftcation. And when I say this, you guys, I don't mean it to make it all about me. But I do seem to have the unfortunate habit of being live, and I will never forget the moment. And I don't mean to make it about anything other than recognizing and honoring who we lost. But I remember being on when we started learning that Jeff had passed. And that was incredibly hard because I wanted to be, positive and let y'all, start to grieve and just be a safe space. And it kind of seems like here lately, I've been that for a number of things, and I'm kind of tired of reporting on that. So if we could just have only puppy headlines from now on. And he is at peace now, and that's the hard part for all of us left behind. Mr. Mo lost his mom, and I lost an incredible woman, this year. And it's so hard because you're so happy that they're at peace and they're, healthy and they're whole again. but God, do we miss him down here. Like, that's why I say chat at y'all later. Because she always used to say that to me, and I just thought that was the sweetest thing ever. It was never goodbye, it was just chat at you later. So, let's sparkle on. Let's unleash our inner theater kids, for the rest of the week. Hell, I'm here for it. I say we go full morning for at least a month. But let's try to get back. Let's let's try to keep shining a light of justice. It's not easy, and it means that we have to deal with situations and ugliness and hot takes and and real hatefulness on both sides. But today, in honor of the people that we've lost that have brought joy into our life, that have reminded us the way Dolly did, that we love humanity and we try to meet humanity where it is. And we offer grace and mercy because, like she said, I'm not here to judge nobody. I got my own stuff. I'm here to love. So, in that spirit, let's continue forward. I will fight my inclination to speed to cross. So thank you guys. And I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news. Daggone it.
The records at McLean demonstrate that she was not doing well. There were differences in terms of how she characterized that.
And when a patient is characterizing how she felt at a certain time in different ways, one to you and in a different way to her actual provider at the time, is that concerning in any way?
Well, yes.
And why is that?
Well,
Have
the
a good
more
lunch from?
candid a patient can be with the symptoms that they're experiencing, the better able the prescriber is to make a determination about how best to treat those symptoms. And also, it can be very helpful in diagnosis as well.
And did you also take note of the appointment Dr. Tufts had with the defendant on January 23rd, 2023 in the records, and the fact that the defendant denied experiencing suicidal or homicidal ideation in that meeting?
Yes.
And how was that significant, if it was?
Well, Ms. Clancy had been looking into alternative treatments and had discussed with Dr. Tufts earlier the potential for esketamine. This is an FDA-approved medication that has to be administered by a doctor within a facility, but it.
Now, I can speak also to the use of ketamine infusions because that is basically what he's talking about. Now, I am not sure when the mental health community realized that there were positive mental health effects. I only know about ketamine because of it being the foremost treatment for resistant types of CRPS, basically chronic nerve pain that really is untreatable. They have found, for whatever reason, they're not quite sure the mechanism yet, but ketamine infusions sometimes do help reset and take care of the pain. Now, I don't know when they learned that there were also positive effects for people that had PTSD and major depression that was resistant to other medications, but it is a newer form of treatment. But it isn't really covered by insurance, and it is quite pricey. I can kind of give you the cheapest price point that my husband and I were able to find in the state of Indiana. And this was I was able to get 3 1-hour infusions for $1,200. So, now, typically, a standard protocol for CRPS is 10 to 12 infusions, and the doctor that I went to that was performing this service wasn't comfortable with that protocol because I wasn't his standard patient. This was considered outpatient. but it's also not covered by any insurance, be it for mental health, as far as I know, but also even for pain, because I've tried. Believe me, we've tried, but it isn't as of right now. But it has shown real benefits for people like veterans and people with really bad PTSD for treating mental health, issues that are really resistant to drugs, or maybe you have a lot of side effects. Now, I am not a doctorologist. So talk to your own doctorologist. I cannot make medical choices for you. But that's my experience of that.
Can have rapid positive effects in treating depression. And so in that note, Dr. Tufts wrote that the potential for esketamine treatment or transcranial magnetic stimulation were ones that they were exploring.
Now, Doctor, did you discuss with Ms. Clancy, or did she describe to you in any detail her ability to suppress her feelings and kind of mold her behavior into what she wanted people to see?
Yes.
And what did she tell you about that?
Well, I believe it was a Christmas time with her family, a morning breakfast, in which she stated she was not feeling well, not doing well, but yet felt the need to act like she was cooking and helping.
Y'all, I can't have this man. I'm sorry. And look, but I can't have this man sit here and say that masking is somehow pathological when it's how a lot of people with chronic conditions get through life. I do apologize. We will try to, or I just can't, y'all. It's different if he wasn't talking about something that I was intimately familiar with. And look, I logistically get how it can come off as looking manipulative, but it's also survival. And it looks like they had a long break today. Now I'm going to bump it back down to normal speed, or possibly 1.25, because this witness is incredibly slow.
Anybody at second?
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable William Sullivan, Justice of the Superior Court now sitting in Plymouth, and before the Commonwealth. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Yes, please.
Your Honor, before the court today, we have the continuation of the jury trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
All right. Well, thank you, Madam Clerk. Good morning, members of the jury. All right. It's nice to see everybody once more onto the breach, as they say. We're going to continue with this trial. So I appreciate everybody being here. I'm going to ask those questions, and I'll go a little bit into today's schedule and kind of where we're going to go on this. So first question, has any member of the jury read, seen, heard, or overheard anything from any source about any aspect about this case that would affect your ability to be fair and impartial? All right. Second, is there any other serious matter or concern bearing on your service as a juror in this case anybody needs to address at this time? Again, thank you so much for following those instructions. And so what we're going to do, as I said yesterday, we're going to continue with the testimony of the doctor who was on the stand yesterday. And it's anticipated that that is the last witness in the trial. And then we will then take a break because before we go to the next portion of the trial, which is the closing arguments and the legal instructions, the court has to make some arrangements. They've got to speak to counsel. So it takes a little while. So I'm going to excuse you at that point and have you come back tomorrow. All right. So we're going to finish the evidence today. We're going to excuse you. I'm going to then deal with counsel. And then we will do hopefully arguments in charge tomorrow. All right. So again, I can't tell you how much I appreciate everybody's dedication and commitment in following those instructions and being here every day. So that's kind of where we are at this point. All right. And so with that, I'm going to ask the Commonwealth if you could have the doctor retake the stand, please.
Yes, Your Honor.
It's not like they were delaying for the judges.
Well, do solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give will be the truth, and I now come between the Commonwealth and the defendant, I shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Thank you, sir. You may be seated.
All right. Good morning, Doctor. Good morning. All right. Attorney Sprague.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Yesterday, when we left off, you were testifying about the decision-making process of the defendant and what she told you about that. Going to what she told you about the voice and what it said to her, did the defendant tell you if the voice told her where to kill the children?
No.
Did the voice tell her how to kill the children?
No.
Did the voice tell her what to use to kill the children?
No.
Did the voice tell her in what order to kill the children?
No.
Did the voice tell her where to try to kill herself?
No.
Did the voice tell her in what way to kill herself?
No.
The fact that the voice, according to the defendant, the voice didn't tell her any of those things, but instead just said, kill the kids so you can kill yourself. Is that significant in your evaluation in any way?
Yes.
How so?
Well, in the small amount of time that Ms. Clancy had in the home without her husband, it was important in order to carry this out, as well as her suicide, to do this quickly, methodically, and the like. And so this is having no instructions as to how to do it, but being able to execute those decisions, including being able to get a phone call and then return it to her husband in the process of all of this. Certainly the phone call was not expected. That is surprising that she was able to.
Then, Sir Expert, I do have a question. So what would you make of a woman who in 42 years in her life has never had a panic attack until, like a couple weeks ago in Sam's Club, to the point that she had to go to her car? I mean, is that me milking it for attention? I mean, is my body, is my hysterical uterus acting up again? I'll be damned. Between that and hormones, my silly girl self can't just pull it together sometimes. Or maybe is it a manifestation of a brain that is overwhelmed and a mask that's fallen down? I don't know.
Accomplish all of this without.
Also, sir, can I say that you are the shining example, along with Coffendinger, of why I understand the feds always know about the threat after it happens, but never did anything. I mean, you are making that track record really, really clear now.
Any other kind of direction or plan.
Does that indicate to you that she was making decisions about those things, about where and how and when?
Your Honor, this is, again, for the record, direct examination. It's leading. I object to have a standing objection.
Yeah, if you could just rephrase it.
What does the fact that she was able to do all of that indicate to you, if anything?
Well, it indicated that she had control of the sequence of what she was doing throughout.
Doctor, you talk in your report about interpersonal psychological theory of suicide. What is that?
Well, that has to do with the decision-making process or the capability for someone who attempts suicide.
And are there three parts to that theory?
Yes.
And what are they?
Well, one would be called aloneness, or the sense of isolation, people not understanding. So that is a real difficult challenge for people to face. They feel that they can't fully share with others. Another is burdensomeness. If someone feels that they are a burden to others, that is also something that we find is a component to those who make serious suicide attempts and completions. And third is what.
Wait a minute. So my mind perked up when he said serious. Are we going back to this was a superficial attempt? Commonwealth expert, I need you to look in my eyes, sweethearts. Because while I might look like Truvy, I have the soul of Weezer. So I'm really, really gonna need you to pick a lane. Was she faking it? And the wheelchair is what, a prop? Or was this the pick a lane?
I would call capability. So you can have that sense of aloneness. You can have that sense of burdensomeness. But if you don't have the capability of taking your life, you can be very suicidal, but not ultimately accomplish the suicide. It does not mean that you're not suicidal. But that issue of capability is one that's very difficult because we have a natural will to live.
How do you explain Robin Williams? How do you explain, his name escapes me right now, I think it's Chad Benningfield. How do you explain the people that were smiling, family, friends, loved ones that, here's the thing, Commonwealth, this isn't a famous people thing. Unfortunately, sadly, in this life, some of us have lost people. And a lot of us, maybe some of us, there were no signs. I've seen dozens of stories where, they're smiling pictures, their family photos, and families are left behind to try to figure out what they missed. This is not a new phenomena.
And that is the most difficult thing for people to overcome.
The thing that's the most difficult thing to overcome, that's the capability of actually committing suicide. Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
And this theory in the three parts, did you compare what Ms. Clancy told you and what you saw in the records to this theory and have any conclusions about that?
Yes.
And what were they?
Well, certainly, the documentation from the medical and mental health records demonstrates that sense of isolation she felt, even in the company of others. That sense that she was just having a problem that was difficult for her to understand, difficult for others to understand, and of course the suicidal feelings that came about, and then ultimately those feelings about harming her children. This is not something that she could share. The sense of burdensomeness, she had planned to go back to work, as she had for her first two children, Cora and Dawson. And the time that she was expecting to go to work kept extending because she just did not feel mentally healthy enough to be able to return to work and function. And so, in some of the documentation where she filled out concerns and was asked about the kind of stressors in her life, she indicated that financial was one of the stressors that she was encountering. So to believe that her brain had been damaged, that she was not able to do what she loved, which was labor and delivery nursing, but also not in a position to help support the family, really was would be a burden for anyone. And certainly that sense of burdensomeness was something that I believe she was experiencing. And then the last component, capability, I truly believe that her suicide attempt was very, very serious, which is why she employed 3 different methods. The fact that the use of the knife and the lacerations were not deep doesn't mean that she wasn't intending to kill herself with a knife. But oftentimes that, as I mentioned, is the most difficult thing. I think the employment of the 3 different avenues, locking the door, and also not being dressed for the cold, indicate to me that this attempt was very, very serious, despite the fact that the use of the knife was not successful in cutting her arms, cutting her neck.
And so, doctor, in terms of the cutting on the arms and the neck not being sufficient to cause death, is that what you're referring to? Is that as someone faces difficulty or an inability to be capable of actually following through to commit suicide?
Correct.
So in this case, it's your opinion that she was trying to commit suicide, but struggling with that 3rd capability issue?
Correct.
Now, you testified yesterday about the intrusive thoughts that Ms. Clancy was having about harming herself in the fall leading up through December into January. And those thoughts at times, would it be accurate to state that Ms. Clancy reported at times that taking Ativan helped with those thoughts?
Yes.
And
Gail, no, and I agree with the Commonwealth, because the way that this has been laid out in the press, and I have been very transparent that I almost didn't cover this case because I was unsure that I would be able to have any modicum of even strategic kindness for Lindsay. With just the fact patterns that were on, as a casual sort of, cover of headlines. But as I was going more and more into this, I was noticing that there did seem to be a valid question as to whether Lindsay got good care. That being said, for the Commonwealth, the way they have said this and the facts on the ground are that Lindsay did not cook that night or for that evening meal. She reached out to Patrick, texted him, and said, "Hey, do you want to get food from this particular restaurant?" Now, they had eaten at that restaurant, but he would be getting takeout. It added about 3 minutes to his drive away from the house. She did order and place the time in. She did ask Patrick to go to CVS and get children's laxative for one of their children. And this is probably the one thing that I think the Commonwealth should have really focused on if they wanted to make it premeditated, because that's always the part that has looked very premeditated to me, is her getting him out of the house. Again, not as premeditated as the Commonwealth likes to try to make it sound, like she was sending him to Timbuktu. But if you're looking at this case objectively, it does seem like she sent him out of the house to give herself an opportunity. That being said, combined with everything else, she would have to be a Meryl Streep level actress to keep on the facade of deteriorating mental health while also keeping behind this Machiavellian, Cersei Lannister kind of inner character. So I do think that the Commonwealth is strategically smart in bringing this out, bringing the fact up that Patrick did have to get out of the house. So I'm not quite sure. Again, it is a good point for the Commonwealth, but it does, when you put all the facts together, it just does not make sense. At least to me.
Is there anything significant in your review of the case in terms of her reporting that Ativan helped her with those thoughts?
Yes.
How so?
So Ativan is lorazepam, a benzodiazepine. This is a medication that is very helpful for treating anxiety. It also can help relax people, help them sleep, which was very helpful to Ms. Clancy. And she stated that when she had the intrusive thoughts, taking the Ativan resolved those thoughts. And I think that's significant because it's not a medication. Ativan, lorazepam is not an antipsychotic medication. It's not meant to treat psychosis, to make people feel more calm. And sometimes it's used for people who are having significant symptoms. But in terms of actually treating psychosis, making a voice go away, it's just not designed to do that.
And doctor, did the fact that the intrusive thoughts went away when taking the Ativan, according to Ms. Clancy, give you further evidence that it was in fact internal thoughts and not an external voice?
Yes.
Now, if someone is experiencing psychosis and is experiencing command hallucinations, can that person still know the difference between right and wrong?
Yes.
How so?
Well, hallucinations, even command hallucinations, when they occur, do not propel an individual to automatically obey them. And in fact, many people will engage in behaviors to stop the actions that the voice is claiming. That's something that makes sense, particularly when the command is just so serious and so against someone's values. So it's possible and common for people to engage in behaviors to avoid doing what a command hallucination is saying.
And doctor, is it possible for someone who is experiencing psychosis and command hallucinations to conform their behavior to the law?
Yes.
And how so? Is it basically what you were just telling us?
Yes. If someone is having a command hallucination to do something out in public, but there is a police officer nearby, it certainly is possible for that person to choose not to engage in that behavior because of the consequences. Even though a voice might be saying this, there's other decision-making going on based upon the environment.
Now, doctor, in your evaluation of Lindsay Clancy, did you come to an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to whether or not she was suffering from a mental disease or defect?
I am so sorry, mother of cats. There is no greater pain than a parent losing a child. And that's part of the thing I have a problem with. I don't really have a problem with the time that has elapsed since this happened, but relying on Lindsay for her interpretation of what happened that day, when there has been research about and very solid research, even in the psychological sort of sciences, that when we are exposed to very significant trauma, be it emotional, be it physical, that our brain simply does not record memories correctly. So just like Lindsay, I believe in yesterday's testimony, the witness said that, or one of the witnesses, I believe it was actually the Keebler-Elf expert, said that Lindsay had cut the screen before she went out the window. That turned out to not be true, but he didn't ever examine it. So it does seem like a weird thing that a lot of these experts are going with Lindsay's self-report when they're saying, well, even if you hear voices, you can be a truthful reporter of what those voices tell you, which I would think would be detachment from reality, at least to a certain point where you might not be the most reliable narrator.
On January 24th, 2023.
Yes.
And what was that opinion?
I believe that Ms. Clancy was suffering from a mental disease or defect. And I felt that based upon the presentation, a bipolar 2 diagnosis seemed to make the most sense given the symptoms of insomnia that she had that were precipitated by the Zoloft. And this was just very, very significant. And while it didn't fulfill.
I have wondered this entire trial why the presentation of her insomnia wasn't also considered maybe a manifestation of hypermania. You know how all of the experts have been saying that you need to quantify at least so many days in order for a bipolar 1 disorder diagnosis. I never understood why they didn't consider, chronic systematic insomnia as a symptomology or a presentation of a hypomanic state. Now, full transparency, not an expertologist, and I do want to talk to an expert after this trial to kind of ask these questions because I legitimately want to know. I'm not dogging the profession, but if this isn't even a thought pattern, why not? Or if it is, why didn't it happen in your opinion?
All the criteria, or many of the criteria. If she were a patient of mine, I would diagnose her as bipolar 2 because I would want to make sure that any doctor who saw her afterwards would be very wary of using an SSRI antidepressant in treating her.
Doctor, you mentioned the drug effects, so left-hand effect and SSRIs might have an effect. Is there a difference when you're treating someone and they're taking medications between being over-medicated and having an adverse reaction to medication?
Yes.
And what is the difference?
Well, when we think about side effects, that is an example of a medication having a response. Now, sometimes we have side effects when we're not necessarily over-medicated, but we put up with those side effects. When there is too much medication, certainly we can experience those side effects. For example, over-sedation, or there's some medications that can cause stimulation, so people are not able to sleep. An adverse reaction is much more serious. An adverse reaction could be, for example, an allergic reaction that could cause death, or some type of reaction that you don't see in most people, but has been reported. So there is a difference between side effects, no matter how difficult they are, and what we would call adverse effects, which can be extremely serious.
And in your review of the records of the medications that the defendant was prescribed from September through December, did you see any evidence of her having adverse effects from the medication?
Well, the insomnia secondary to the Zoloft was very concerning to me, and it would mean not just cutting the Zoloft back, but stopping it. I would say that the Zoloft was in precipitating insomnia. I mean, she reported 48 hours straight of not being able to sleep, that was an adverse effect. And an adverse effect really requires one to stop the medication.
And that is what Dr. Jennifer Tufts did with Ms. Clancy, correct? She had her stop the medication?
Correct.
And in reviewing those records again from September through December of 2022, did you see any evidence that Ms. Clancy was over-medicated?
She experienced some significant side effects from some of her medications. She was given, I think, nurse practitioner Paul.
Okay, expert. How many really, really significant side effects have you just powered through? If we're asking Lindsay Clancy and thereby the rest of mental health and chronic pain patients or just patients in general, what level of significant, side effects would you find really detrimental into your life? I mean, does it have to be to blurry vision or feeling disembodied? I mean, what level of significant side effects are you willing to let patients sit in when they already have a really, really deteriorating mind?
gave her clonazepam, which is also a benzodiazepine. And she really had an uncomfortable reaction to that. Just woke up and felt quite confused. So she stopped that medication, understandably. Seroquel is a medication, quetiapine, that at high doses can cause some significant side effects. At lower doses, it generally helps treat insomnia. At higher doses, it can have more significant effects. And in terms of just ability to think and organize one's thoughts. However, Ms. Clancy, in December of 2022, chose at that time to continue on Seroquel, a combination of Seroquel and Valium. Nurse practitioner Gelada had suggested another medication.
DeWiller Consult, this is the Lindsay Clancy case. It is incredibly heartbreaking. While we do, tend to side with the defense's version of events and the lack of medical treatment, we in no way disregard the human tragedy that is the loss of 3 children. But this is an incredibly difficult case. We are on the Commonwealth's rebuttal witness. This is their final witness. We are on the Commonwealth's direct. So very next will be the defense attorney, Kevin Reddington, crossing this witness. He is the FBI head of the Behavioral Analysis Unit. So it will be interesting to see defense cross, even if you are on either side. It is interesting to watch Kevin Reddington cross these expert witnesses. He is very prepared and does ask very pointed questions.
Olanzapine, Zyprexa, which she's taking now. And Ms. Clancy asked that she continue on the Seroquel at that point and the Valium. So, it's a challenge. One has side effects, but one also sees benefit in the medication. And certainly that combination at that time, I think it was around December 7th, December 9th, that was really helping her sleep. And so she asked to continue on those 2 medications.
So I guess when I ask about over-medication and you talk about the side effects of the medication, there seems to be a disconnect between maybe what a layperson calls over-medicated versus what the medical definition of that is. So is what you're saying that being over-medicated medically means having side effects to the medication?
Well, no, not necessarily.
So what does over-medicated mean to you in your profession?
Well, if someone were to prescribe a medication that was beyond the limit that safely can be prescribed, for example, it's possible to be toxic on, say, lithium, which is a medication that she took for a while she was at Tewksbury. And if I were prescribing, say, 1,200 milligrams of lithium twice a day, and her lithium level was toxic, as it would likely be, that would clearly be an example of over-medication.
And did you see any evidence of that scenario in the defendant's records that she was prescribed too high a dose to make her be at a toxic level of any medication?
I think those who were prescribing for her were responding to the symptoms that she was bringing. There was a kind of a rapid increase in the dose of Seroquel, and that higher dose of Seroquel was she did not. I believe she was ultimately prescribed at 400 milligrams, and she never ended up taking that. But as a clinician, we do our best to try and treat symptoms.
So, doctor, did you see? Doctor, did you see, other than the Seroquel, any medications that the amount that was prescribed you would think would be over medication?
No.
And then the Seroquel itself, you said she was prescribed up to 400 milligrams, but she reported that she never took that amount, correct?
Correct.
And after her stay at McLean Hospital, she had been weaned off of the Seroquel, correct?
That's right.
And the only medications immediately after leaving McLean Hospital were trazodone and Valium, correct?
Correct.
Dr. Tufts added a medication as a result of her appointments with the defendant in January. Is that correct?
That's right.
And what was that medication?
That was amitriptyline, also known as Elavil.
And you saw that what the initial dose of that was, correct?
Correct.
What was that?
The initial dose from Dr. Tufts was 10 milligrams.
Is that a high dose for an adult?
No, it's the very smallest dose possible.
Again, sir, howdy. I was prescribed nortriptyline. I don't believe they are considered, they are older psychotropic medications considered tricyclics, I believe. I don't believe they are in the benzodiazepine family. But I was prescribed nortriptyline because sometimes it does have off-label uses for nerve pain, neuralgia. I gained 30 pounds of water weight in my legs to the point where my primary care physician, because this was prescribed by my psychiatrist, basically said, "You cannot be on this. I will call him myself," because the psychiatrist said, "Well, that's not a normal symptom, and, keep trying to power through it." And then when I told my husband, "My legs are too heavy, I can't walk," he took me to the doctor, and the doctor said, "Yeah, no, we're taking you off of that. I'll call him myself." Binky, I swear, I'm taking a week off. I'm about done with this, but unfortunately, yes. So they are one of the oldest sort of mental health drugs, but they do have some very intense side effects, and they are not typically the go-to mental health medication that doctors do give now. But they are good for some patients who are resistant to SSRIs or don't get any symptomology relief. Now, I'm not an expert. This is just what I've learned from my own personal experience. But basically, you can have really incredibly severe reactions, even if they're not normal. Even if your particular doctor or psychiatrist has never in their career seen anyone react to this medication, I can promise you, as a person who could barely walk because I had gained nearly 30 pounds, and I am not talking about I am talking about so swollen that my legs were weeping and I was crying. The level of swollen where you wish your skin would tear apart and give you some sort of relief, okay? That is the level of moderate side effects that we're just supposed to power through, I guess. Yes, this is a bit personal to me, not in the sense that I think Lindsay Clancy is a hero of any kind. No, she needs to be in a mental institution to protect not only society, but herself. And to pay for what happened, it's a no-brainer, okay? But this is also an indictment of our medical, industrial, mental health complex. And it hits really, really different when you've been medically gaslit or ignored, or you have been the victim of some of these outrageous side effects and you've been ignored, or you have to take your husband into appointments so the doctors will listen to your symptoms coming out of your husband's mouth so they'll listen to you. So I get it. I think we of the rational minds can all agree that Lindsay should not be a hero, that the kind of deification of her is gross and weird, and I don't get it. I thought we were almost at a place like 9 days in where we could all look and say, regardless of wherever you land politically or ideologically, there's a broken system. But instead of that, we devolved into gamification and picking sides. So yes, I do get fired up. Yes, some people are finding this is opening wounds that they have experienced because of our medical leap, our broken system. So some people are incredibly passionate, but I don't think that should be conflated or confused with approving of anything that happened in this case, because we certainly do not. At least on this channel and every channel that I follow, there is a real human tragedy at the bottom of this, and 3 children that are never going to walk on this earth. But 2 things can be true at once. We can acknowledge that horror and that tragedy and realize that there was another one, that somehow a woman who multiple times said she was having self-deletion ideation slipped through the cracks. That doesn't excuse anything, but that does point out a broken system, because I don't want to report on another trial like this. So could we possibly stop taking sides and just work on preventing another trial like this?
And then did Dr. Tufts increase that dose?
Yes.
And when was that?
After a week, she increased the dose from 10 milligrams to 20 milligrams.
And is that a significant increase in the dose?
No,
Is 20 milligrams a significant or large dose for an adult?
not at all.
10 milligrams or 20 milligrams of amitriptyline, is that something you could even prescribe to a child?
Yes.
Now, doctor, based on your review of all of the records and your meetings with Ms. Clancy and your collateral interviews, did you form an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to whether or not Lindsay Clancy on January 24th, 2023 could appreciate the difference between right and wrong?
Yes.
And what was that opinion?
My opinion is that she did have the capacity to appreciate right from wrong.
And what do you base that on?
Well, on a number of things. Ms. Clancy had just met with her psychiatrist, Dr. Tufts, the day before. And in that discussion with Dr. Tufts, as documented, she denied suicidal ideation, and she also denied thoughts of harm to others. And also there was an ongoing conversation regarding future possible treatments, esketamine or TMS, which I spoke about yesterday, that could be employed to help her. Also, with regard to the appreciation between right and wrong, the planning involved prior to the strangling of her children, I thought was significant. The searches for distance of 3V, the searches of CVS, all done prior to her sending fairly late in the afternoon a text asking her husband if he didn't mind takeout from 3B and then adding on. So that planning, that preparatory planning, I thought was significant. The avoidance of witnesses. You know, a witness during a time when one is committing a crime can intervene, not just report, but also intervene. And so the fact that this was done without any witness present during a time where she had asked the potential witness to go on a longer errand, also I thought was significant. Concealment is another thing that I think indicated an understanding of right and wrong. I mean, the children were strangled all in the basement, and according to Mr. Clancy, the door to his office had been closed when he arrived to the basement. Timing was really, really significant in this. There was a window of time that Ms. Clancy was aware of, in which she would need to kill her 3 children as well as to kill herself, which she expected would happen. She was conscious of time and told me that she had mapped out the distance, et cetera, because she didn't want her husband to be gone too long. But in this case, I think the issue of time and her husband returning, rather than being a solution for her, was a problem. And so to accomplish all of this in the course of that amount.
I will have to go back and rewatch. I don't remember that. I haven't taken notes as diligently as I usually do with these trials. So I don't remember that particular part, Denise. I would think, though, that if she lied and manipulated, then again, he would clearly state. But I thought that he had gone to the yeah, it's been this year has been a daggone decade. I would have thought that that would have been a major issue that would have been brought up from the Cellbrite, the multiple CVS searches and things like that. And to my recollection, Ian Whiffen, the sort of Cellbrite expert, along with the Commonwealth's sort of state trooper experts, never brought up multiple CVS searches that I remember. So I guess the long and short of that is we'll have to wait to see if that I'll have to go back and look, but I don't remember that clearly.
Amount of time that Mr. Clancy was gone, I thought was significant, really showed an awareness of time. In terms of the weapons used, now these were exercise bands, but they were all near where the children were strangled. They were placed there. That's where they kept those exercise bands. And the exercise bands were nearly identical. I mean, very similar in terms of what they could do as ligatures. And so that use of weapons that were readily available and nearby also was significant to me in terms of her understanding of and planning. I did not see any evidence that she had delusions about her children, delusions as to something wrong with them or something that required them, because of a delusion, that they needed to die. I don't recall that she ever spoke about her children in a delusional way. Now,
We have a question.
Sure. Next question.
Were there other factors that influenced your opinion that she knew the difference between right and wrong?
yes.
And what were they?
Well, the phone call at 5:34 in the afternoon, I thought was significant. So Mr. Clancy was at CVS and he called his wife and she did not pick up. She did not answer, but she called him back and had that ability to deviate from what she was doing to be able to respond. And so had the presence of mind to do that, but also to conceal from him what was going on.
I was wondering if he was going to say these were objects of opportunity or, things like that, or was this, I think it would be a leap with everything he said to say that this was premeditated in that she had planned to use this. I think what he's saying is that she was so committed that she was willing to use whatever was available, if I'm interpreting it correctly.
Locking the door is another example. I mean, certainly Ms. Clancy was aware of time and the limited amount of time to accomplish this, but by locking the door, it kept her husband from being able to enter the bedroom and therefore being able to see what had happened. So delayed that time. On arrival, her husband asked her what happened, and she did not confess. She did not tell him what had happened other than, I tried to kill myself. She also did not report auditory hallucinations, but rather said that the children were in the basement. It's my belief that she expected to die, and that by the time Mr. Clancy arrived, she would have successfully been able to take her life.
And sir, did you form an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to whether or not Lindsay Clancy on January 24th, 2023 had the ability to conform her behavior?
Patter, it is sort of based, and this is the license, and this is why there are Daubert hearings and voir dire before experts come on, because basically we are basing, we are allowing him to use the totality of his experience. We don't have the education or the knowledge to know whether he's feeding us a bunch of BS. So in a sense, yes, that's why you have to be incredibly diligent when you pick an expert, that they are above reproach, that they are experts in the field that you are having them come in, because we are sort of calling to authority. The whole reason that we have experts is because not all of us have time to become neuroscientists or psychiatrists or behavior analysts, but we reasonably trust by an oath that they're going to tell the truth. The problem with that is that there can be confirmation bias. You can go in, whether consciously or subconsciously, with preconceived notions. And on a certain level, I don't blame any of these clinicians, because the facts at the bottom of this case are so intensely horrific that I have been transparent in my thoughts about Lindsay Clancy and what happened in this case before I did further digging. And again, my thought that she is not guilty by reason of mental defect isn't a get out of jail free card. No, it is her being placed in a state-run mental health institution until the doctors say she's free. And Andrea Yates has denied any sort of evaluation to be set free. I am somewhat of the opinion that Lindsay Clancy would be very similar.
To the requirements of the law.
Yes.
And what is that opinion?
Well, if we look at that day, we know that in the morning she took Cora to a pediatrician's appointment. And all physicians receive training in psychiatry, no matter what specialty they go in. That's part of medical school. And so, like other doctors who had seen her who were not psychiatrists at appointments and whatever, the pediatrician also did not notice any unusual things about her. She was able to conform, right, to the type of behavior that a concerned mother would engage in. She was able to drive to the pediatrician's office and then back. And the day was really one of significant control. The activities that she engaged in that day, spending time with her children with Play-Doh, taking them outside to build a snowman, sending photographs of the children to her mother, to her husband on Instagram, fixing lunch and also fixing dinner for the children. So the activities of that day were controlled, as were the activities in terms of the planning that we already mentioned. So throughout the day, she was methodical and quite controlled and organized, even in that space of time that was short. There was a lot to do in terms of killing her children and also killing herself. And I would say that the last point with regard to conforming to the law is that when she received the phone call from her husband, she did not report to him that she was in distress, that she was having hallucinations, that she needed help. So with that phone, by calling her husband back and reassuring him by the fact that, yes, she knew the medication, whatever, that helped guarantee that he would continue on the errands. Had she not called him back, it would likely, or it certainly was possible that he would be concerned enough that he would return home.
I don't mean to be crass, but couldn't that be to make sure that she would be fully gone before he got home? I mean, again, in a reality where two things can be true, the malicious, manipulative connotation that Lindsay answering that phone could also be seen as I want to make sure we're all gone before he gets home. Again, it's not comfortable to think about it, but if you are intellectually at all curious or willing to look at different perspectives, again, because this is exactly what Reddington is going to bring up.
And so I think the phone figures in just in terms of her awareness and conforming her behavior such that
Can I say I liked him better as a fish in Minster Limpet? Sir, go back to being a fish and saving us from U-boats. We appreciate your service, but as a person, you really do explain why the feds never know about, well, always have, an UD sub on their radar, but never before he does something. You and Caffey Daffy explaining that phenomenon in real living color.
strangling of her children could be concealed.
And doctor, did you form an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to whether Lindsay Clancy on January 24th, 2023, when she strangled her children, was criminally responsible?
Yes.
And what is that opinion?
Yes. It is my opinion within a reasonable degree of medical certainty that Ms. Clancy was criminally responsible.
Move to submit Dr. Satoff's CV as an exhibit.
Any objection, counsel? All right, that may be admitted.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Hold on a second, Ms. Reddington. Thank you. All right, counsel.
Morning.
Good morning.
So, Dr. Sartoff, as I understand it, you conducted your investigation or examination of Lindsay by Zoom, correct?
Did you say by June?
Sorry, Zoom.
By Zoom, okay.
Television.
I thought you said because it was the 4th of June. Yes, sir.
Okay.
You should have just asked if he had contacted her over the TV.
And can you tell us when you were first engaged by the district attorney's office to assist them in this case?
I first was informed about the case, I think in January or early February of 2026 of this year. The final contract with the university was not completed, as I recall, until April.
And
This is incredibly significant. The Commonwealth, this is an admission tacitly of the fact that the Commonwealth was aware that the two experts that they got from Dietz and Associates were not going to come across as reliable. This is telling me the fact that they went all the way to the head of the FBI's behavioral analysis unit. And so soon before the trial shows me that they were aware that their first two experts on rebuttal were not not going to probably do a really good job. It's Tackett. You know, to the absolute a-hole who told Daryl Brooks how to correctly pronounce tacit, you're a jackass.
Is that a matter of significant import when you're engaged in evaluating a young woman that's charged with triple homicide and you're hired by the government?
Ronan, I honest to goodness, I wish I had answers for you, because I knew that this was going to be an incredibly emotional trial and an incredibly, divisive trial, just because of everything. But I never had on my foggiest bingo card, Patrick Clancy done did it on TikTok, and then almost the deification of Lindsay on the other hand. I thought stupidly that we were all capable of, recognizing a human tragedy, but also at the same time recognizing the possibility of maybe a broken mental health system. So the only thing I can say is that the internet has been interneting like nobody's business lately. I got nothing, because I have no idea. It doesn't make sense to me. I cannot figure it out.
The fact that there's a contract that wasn't signed by your school?
Well, sometimes it's a long process that I don't have any control over.
Sure, I understand.
I've seen those kinds of things take a while, take longer than one would necessarily want.
So the contract with your school that you're talking about would be the contract for your compensation, for your opinion?
Well, I would never be contracted for an opinion.
Okay.
But
you're getting paid, right?
No, I'm getting paid a salary.
Yes.
The university is getting paid.
And the university is deriving a benefit monetarily from your testimony or working on this case for the DA, right?
That's right.
All right. And how much did the university get as a result of your involvement in this case?
I don't know what the hourly rate is that they charge.
So you don't know what the hourly rate for your time is, right?
Correct.
You don't know how much money was paid by the district attorney's office to the university, right?
Correct.
You don't know how much money will be paid for perhaps yesterday, today, whatever, balance billing. You don't know that either, right?
That's right.
You were retained or engaged in January of 26, right?
Yes.
This is an incident that occurred on January of 23, right?
Yes.
In January of 23 to January of 26, 3 years
That's right.
to being engaged on the case, right?
Correct.
And when you were engaged on the case, at some point, the university must have been out of the picture and you must have started to communicate with the DA's office, the police, or whoever.
That's right.
And you knew about this case. It had a significant amount of publicity, right?
Yes.
Did you know that other doctors on behalf of the district attorney's office were being hired to also evaluate Lindsay?
I didn't specifically know that, but that's usually the case.
Is it important to see someone, to evaluate them as close in time as the incident is alleged to have occurred to your evaluation, or does it matter? In other words, is it better to see someone like, within a month or two after an incident, or 3.5 years later?
Well, what's most important is the collateral information that was gathered at the time to understand what was going on at the time. Ms. Clancy's.
Now, I will note that this expert, of all the Commonwealth's experts, did go out and do collateral interviews. So interviews with Patrick Clancy, with clinicians, with other people. And that is a big part of forensic psychiatry. Because you can't rely on the person you're evaluating to be a reliable narrator. You have to fact check everything they say and see how it lines up with reality based on everything that you collect. So I may not really appreciate this expert, but he actually did the job as intended, as you're supposed to, getting the collateral interviews, doing a thorough look at the medical records that he was given.
Behavior during her hospitalization and the like, there are records, but certainly there are benefits to an examination closer to the event.
And you would agree with me, sir, that you actually saw and questioned or interrogated Lindsay, what, 2 months ago?
May 29th and June 4th.
Okay. And when you went to interview her in purposes of your evaluation, you had already accessed the collateral information, sir?
Yes.
Before I go there, let me just review a few things here on your CV, which the jurors will have to examine. You indicated to us your present employment. You have a private practice as a psychiatrist?
No.
Okay. So where do you see patients?
Well, I see patients in the prison system.
They're your patients?
Yes.
What do you do for those people that are in jail?
In prison, within the Virginia Department of Corrections, we have inmates within the prison system who suffer from mental illness and require assessment and treatment.
I see. So you don't have, when you said to the jury a little while ago, if I'm treating my patient and I would prescribe a particular prescription for my patient and I wouldn't tell my patient to do whatever it is you said, it's not people that go to an office or see you or even on the television to be treated. These are people that are in jail, right?
Prison. Yes.
So there's a difference between jail and prison, right?
Yes.
And this would be in Virginia, is it?
Correct.
So you're dealing with people that are serving hard time in the Iron Mansion, as they say. It's not a house of correction down the street, right?
I see patients who have different varying sentences. Some have life sentences. Some are scheduled for release, in the coming months. So that really varies.
And you work on behalf of the state to evaluate prisoners to determine whether or not they are fit, if you will, to be released into society, right?
Once someone's sentence is over, the only way that they could be continued within a prison system would be to be committed to a psychiatric hospital. And I would say that in the 34 years that I've been treating inmates who are patients, I can only recall 2 times where when discharge came up, their condition was such that they required to be civilly committed because of mental illness.
And when you are talking as a forensic psychiatrist evaluator, would that be on behalf of the BOP, Bureau of Prisons?
I have consulted with the Bureau of Prisons on just a few occasions, but
Okay.
Bureau of Prisons is federal, and
Yeah, I know that.
most of my work has been with state.
Okay, but on your resume, sir, you indicate from 2019 through the present, that's a number of years, that you have been employed or engaged as a forensic psychiatrist evaluator on behalf of the United States Bureau of Prisons as it relates to probation or parole. Is that in your resume?
Yes.
And that means, sir, that you evaluate inmates that are trying to get out of jail, and you would evaluate them to determine if they're appropriate for parole, right?
No.
Okay. So when you indicate on your resume from 2019 through the present, you're employed as a forensic psychiatrist evaluator for the United States Bureau of Prisons. How many of these evaluations did you do in the years from 2019 through 2026? 7 years.
I think I've done 2 or 3.
2 or 3.
Yes.
Okay. 2016 through 2022, you're engaged as a consultant psychiatrist for the Elson Student Health Center. What is that?
That's a student health center at the University of Virginia. So that serves students who are at the university.
And like what? I mean, do you evaluate them? Do you treat them? Do you analyze them? What do you do for college students?
My work with the university and the health center really had to do with students who were having difficulty and had left the university and were interested in getting back. And so I was part of a 3-person panel to evaluate the students to see whether or not it would be appropriate to bring them back to the university.
What, were they like thrown out of the university or they were disciplined or something? Why would you bring them back? What does that mean?
Well, if there was an event that caused concern, potentially was a threat, for example, then just for the student safety and the safety of all, they would leave the university in order to get the type of care that they needed. And then if they wanted to come back, then I was part of the panel that would evaluate these students and make a determination about whether it was safe.
So these
for
are
them to come
students.
back.
I'm sorry, I cut you off. Go ahead.
Yeah. No, that's all right.
Okay, these are students, right?
Correct.
In college, right?
That's right.
That have been thrown out or disciplined or suspended or something, and they're trying to get back into school, right?
That's right.
And when the parents of the students come, they retain you to advocate on their behalf?
No,
No, you work for the school, right?
correct.
You evaluate them and then back the school up so that these kids can't get back into the school, right?
Can you ask that question again?
No, that's all right. 1999.
Oh, Reddington. This man is confused.
And through the present, you work for the United States Department of Justice, the United States Department of State, right?
Yes.
Okay. And that would be the United States Attorney's Office, the prosecutors. Like they're the state prosecutors, you get federal prosecutors, right?
Well, federal prosecutors and defenders. I've worked with both.
Well, the defenders certainly don't work for the United States Department of Justice or the United States Department of State, do they?
I was under the impression that federal public defenders were under the umbrella of the Department of Justice.
No, that's called the CJAC. That would be a totally different group of people. Those are people that defend people to try to have them not be abused by the system, if you will.
Yeah. That question be stricken.
2000.
Oh, Reddington. Yeah, that was editorializing, and Bev would have gotten Jackson for it. So yes, that was editorializing and an argument, not a question. But there you go.
15, you're a psychiatric consultant for the Virginia Office of the Attorney General, another prosecuting arm, right?
Yes.
2013, Virginia Department of Virginia Department of Corrections, least restrictive measures for segregation. You evaluate people to determine if they should be in max or disciplinary unit as opposed to general population. Is that what you do?
Yes, I've been asked to do that.
Okay. And you certainly don't advocate on behalf of the prisoners that are being placed in seg or being placed in those closed units with higher security, right?
No, that's not true at all.
The National Security Expert 2007 to the present, Oak Ridge United Associated Universities. What is that?
Yes, that is a group that does research with the Behavioral Analysis Unit and the National Center for Analysis of Violent Crime, and I have done work with them.
Okay. Critical Incident Analysis Group, CIAG, University of Virginia.
Yes,
Okay. Behavioral Analysis Unit, as you told us yesterday, for the FBI at Quantico, right?
that's right.
Psychiatric consultant to the Virginia Department of Corrections, medium, maximum, and supermax facilities, right?
Yes,
Continuing on with your experience, sir, as a witness in this case, you'd agree with me that you were involved as a psychiatric consultant with the Macro Task Force on-site consultation for the Australian Police Service.
yes,
Former Soviet Union project, Republic of Georgia, TBILISI, Georgia. You're involved with that, sir?
Tbilisi.
Tbilisi, yeah. Critical Incident Response Group for the U.S. Air Force. You're in the assessment unit.
Yes,
Crisis Management Unit, investigative support for Operation Gray Sunset, Jordan.
correct.
Crisis Management Unit, investigative support unit, critical incident response in Montreal, Quebec.
Yes,
FBI, National Center for Analysis of Violent Crime, Operation New Hope.
yes,
Bureau of Criminal Investigation, that's BCI, for the Department of the State Police. Would that be Virginia?
yes,
You also have an interest in and have studied or written about various topics in your career, correct?
yes,
Okay. Hostage negotiations course, crisis management unit. You were involved with that, is that correct?
correct.
That was a number of years ago, though. I guess that was like 1996.
That's right.
You've been involved with the FBI for a long time, right?
Yes.
Fair to say that you're a government man?
Objection.
Gail, so what he is doing here is he is going through this gentleman's CV to show that nowhere in any of his extensive experience has he narrowly focused on postpartum psychosis or the expression of psychosis in women, female predators, female not victimology, uh, predator psychology, any of that thing. So while it is a bit tedious, what he is doing here is going through point by point and showing where the CV shows that none of this is applicable. In fact, maybe the only thing that is applicable is a sense of continued dangerousness to society because he has had, multiple years of interacting with prisoners. And I would imagine that while many of those skew male, there are predatory women out there. So I could imagine he wouldn't be without expertise and at least continued threat patterns in female convicts, possibly. But there is a method to the madness, at least from what I'm seeing.
No, sustained.
Hostage negotiation course. How about Virginia Department of State Police? You involved with them as well, sir? Yes?
Yes.
Advisory positions.
No worries.
You deal with Islam in prison is one of your interests, right? That was a TV program or something?
Correct.
Talk about National Institute for Justice, Standing Committee to advise the Department of State on unexplained health effects on U.S. government employees and their families overseas, right?
Yes.
Analysis of pre-attack behaviors of the Las Vegas shooter behavioral analysis unit for the FBI.
Yes.
Skipping ahead, papers published. Now, when a doctor or a psychiatrist, or any doctor really, I guess, publishes a paper that's of interest to other doctors or people, that's called a learned treatise, right? Peer review?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell me, what is peer review? What does that mean when you're dealing with a person's focus and interest in writing about what they're focused on?
So a peer review journal is one.
Now, I want you to notice how expertly Reddington does this. And he is very good at getting these experts to pontificate on something that they think that they are good at. And then he pulls the rug out from under them because he is going to point out that nowhere in his body of work as a professional, documented, person in academia has he done anything related to human females, is my guess. So I do like the way he is able to do this because he does kind of lead them down to where they don't realize they have entered the trap until they have grandiosely, explained the very point he's going to call them out on.
In which once an article is submitted, a paper for publication, that goes to qualified people within the same field who review it and make determinations about the quality and whether or not it should be published. Oftentimes, there will be some edits or suggested edits from those who have expertise. It's a blind process. So if I submit a paper and it's peer reviewed, I don't know necessarily at all who is reviewing it. But it's a way to ensure quality of articles that are published, and that's just an important standard.
So it's kind of a rigorous standard to make sure that what you're writing about is reliable and would be helpful to others that are interested in it, right?
Correct.
Okay. So, for example, also it depends on where you're publishing it. You can put something in the National Enquirer, or you could put it in International Psychiatric something or other, right? Which would be a better
I don't think the
publication.
Enquirer is peer reviewed, but
So you certainly would agree with me that the International Journal of Law and Psychiatry is a respected source for learned treatises, right?
yes.
And you would agree with me, sir, that you've been in here telling this jury all about Lindsay and how she didn't hear voices or did hear voices or exaggerated and lied. Have you written any articles at all on the concept of auditory hallucinations?
No.
Have you read any of them?
Read any articles? Yes.
Yeah, okay. You certainly have heard of Dr. Philip Resnick, yes?
Yes.
And it's fair to say, tell me if I'm wrong, is he literally a world-known authority in your field for filicide or the killing of children by their parents?
Yes, he's well known.
And is he also well-written as far as,
And again, this is the difference in the experts. They really, you need a scalpel. What the Commonwealth has tried to do with their experts is go with the umbrella technique. Look, he's a psychiatrist. He knows about this stuff. He studied this in residency. He doesn't need to have a focus on women's mental health or postpartum depression. That's not important. On the contrary, notice what Reddington did. He went to the preeminent, foremost expert in filicide to get his expertise on it. And that's really the difference in experts. You have to be able to use them. You have to get the right expert for the right case. It's apples and oranges. And this is the reason you do your due diligence with your experts and you make sure you have the right expert for your case, because it is very easy to dismantle if you go with the umbrella technique versus a scalpel, especially in a case like this that is so unique in all of its kind of fact pattern. Filicide, thank God, is incredibly rare. So to have someone, the preeminent world, kind of expert in this particular very niche study is incredibly significant.
auditory hallucinations, same stuff you've been testifying about?
Yes.
And he published an article in the International Journal of Law and Psychiatry, which is considered to be, if you know, a landmark article about, and I captioned, listening to voices, the use of phenomenology to differentiate malingered from genuine auditory verbal hallucinations. Now, did you read that article?
Yes.
So it is a peer-reviewed article published in a recognized journal, correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, I would offer this under Commonwealth versus Need for the jury, if they wish.
Objection.
Counsel Garcia, sidebar.
Tell me if I'm wrong. Is he like the Philip? Any of them?
Oh, wait.
Red.
And it's fair to say for filicide or the killing of children by their. Your Honor, well, that copy is being made for the district attorney. Could I continue?
Sure.
Thank you. Leaving aside peer review.
So it seems as though after the sidebar, it is going to be allowed into evidence after the Commonwealth is allowed to look at it, barring any objections from the Commonwealth. But at least they are going through the next step of letting the Commonwealth look at it, thoroughly inspect it, and then come up with any objections. So it has passed the first hurdle.
Review article and the article written by Dr. Philip Resnick, sir, for a minute. Papers that you published, and you have in your resume, it says peer reviewed. So that's just what we were talking about, right?
That's right.
All right. Using the moral situational action model of extremist violence to assess fluctuating levels of risk in women, the relevance of risk promotive and protective factors. What does that mean, levels of risk in women with extremist violence?
We're looking at risk assessment in terms of violence and what may be mitigating factors. In other words, decreasing the risk or the threat, or increasing, that would be enhancing factors. But this is looking at a group in terms of research.
And it's research about women that are involved with extremist violence?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so just to make that very clear, the women that he studied were linked to extremist or very, very aggressive groups. So these are not your everyday sample size group of women.
Assessing, it's right there. Using the moral situational action violence risk model for assessing women involved in extremist violence and empirical study. Is that a similar article?
Yes.
Operationalizing theory, a moral situational action model for extremist violence. That would include guys plus women, I guess, right?
I'm sorry.
That would include men plus women, I guess, right? Because it
Yes.
doesn't say women. Suicide, terrorism, performance of violence as a public plunge. You wrote that, right?
Correct.
It's another interest. Crisis leadership and military community resilience. You wrote that, right?
Correct.
Painting by numbers, capturing the pathology of socio-political conflict, dealing with depression amongst Palestinians. You wrote that, right?
Correct.
Psychological challenges of bioterror. You wrote that, right?
Correct.
Trauma and intergenerations transmissions in Kuwait. You wrote that, right?
Yes.
Recognizing borderline personality disorder in the family practice setting. You wrote that, right?
That's right.
Mortality among elderly patients discharged from a state hospital. It's one of your interests, right?
That's right.
Postpartum psychosis induced by bromocriptine. That's the one that you told the jury about originally that you published 40 years ago, right?
Yes.
Okay. Morality and the radicalization of women. What is that? What was that all about?
Could I be refreshed with that? I'm
Sure. It's just, I mean, you can look at your resume if you wish. I'm just going through it. It's under B, books and chapters. This one is the first one, and it deals with radicalization of women. A handbook, I guess, for terrorism studies. You remember that? It's only 4 years ago.
Yes.
Okay. Application of big data for national security, a practitioner's guide. You wrote that, right?
Correct. I was one of 4 editors.
Crisis Guide of Psychoactive Drugs and Poisons for the Crisis Negotiation Unit. You wrote that, right?
That's right.
International Handbook of Threat Assessment, right? Yes. Protection of Children During Armed Political Conflicts, a multidisciplinary perspective, right?
Yes.
The Negotiator's Guide, like when somebody's locked in a building and they're threatening to kill people or something. The Negotiator's Guide to Psychoactive Drugs, 2nd edition. You wrote a chapter on that, right?
That's right.
The Negotiator's Guide. And it goes on and on with the negotiators and things like that. Terrorism negotiators, right? It's fair to say that's your focus?
Correct. Well,
Okay. Well, I know you can talk about postpartum, but I mean, I'm asking you if your resume that you've prepared, I imagine, well before you were hired by this DA's office, sets forth your interest, right?
yes.
Okay.
The characterization of negotiation as trying to stop killers is not
I'm
accurate.
I'm probably wrong.
Comprehensive.
I apologize. You see it on TV that negotiators and they're, trying to help people that are being kidnapped.
On a bridge,
On
in
a bridge,
crisis,
yeah,
something like
okay.
that. So
Just a few more, Dr. Panels and symposia. You'd agree with, let's see, national security
It seems like a lot of his focus is in geopolitical hotspots and the conflicts that arise with extremism and certain Abrahamic religions. The Mennonites, as always. Just kidding. But I think most of his focus is on national security threat analysis and the mitigation. So a lot of his focus is going to be on hostage negotiation, what kind of maybe, I'm guessing with all of his talk in the hostage negotiator handbook, he might be speaking as a psychiatrist about potential medicines that a suspect or a person they're trying to talk down is on. So maybe to be aware of some of the kind of psychoactive side effects of medications or mental health crises that they might be seeing.
I just want to run through a quick attachment theory, mental wellness as it relates to threat management, threat assessments, corrections, psychiatry, presentations, substance abuse and misuse in prisons, perspective on providing medical support during conflict and chaos, targeted violence in the media, lessons from history, the profile of poisons, understanding the female extremist, crisis operations, leadership, how to fool doctors by injecting chemicals into muscle to obtain opioids, a prison inmate comes clean. Did I read all those topics correctly, sir?
correct.
Invited lectures, talk about extremism, terrorism, the future of policing, children in long-term abductions, how to prevent terrorism, mass shooters, U.S. prisoners, religious rights, religious radicalization, terrorism and the unknown enemy. Basically, that's what your focus is, sir, correct?
No.
And that's coupled with your experience of the 2 people or so that you recall dealing with in your, it's not a practice, but working for the Bureau of Prisons or the state for Virginia, the people that are in jail, that is the sum total, to be respected, of Dr. Sadoff, correct? I mean, you treated two people. You've written a lot about terrorism and other issues that we went through.
That's not at all correct characterization.
Oh, I'm sorry, because I read your resume, right?
Yes.
Okay, and I related what you indicated to the jury, your experience when I asked you about patients or treating people. I said that right?
I've been treating patients, and I continue to for the last 40 years.
Now, in all of your experience, sir, have you ever treated a woman suffering from postpartum psychosis?
Yes.
When?
In the late 1980s and also during the 1990s when I ran a unit in a state hospital.
So this would be women, 1980s, about 30 years ago or 20 years ago, depending on which one, in a prison that you were.
No.
Oh, was it?
In a state hospital.
State hospital. Were they
Correct.
committed? Were they there because they wanted to be there, or were they committed by order of the court?
Yes.
Yes, what?
Usually committed.
Okay. So other than that, sir, do you have any interest, writing, knowledge about postpartum depression, postpartum psychosis?
Well, it really is a requirement when you assess and treat women to be aware of their histories and making determinations. So that has.
Well, thank God. I'm glad with the 4 baseline years of medical doctorology that you have, medical school, that you can at least ascertain that us females might have a hysterical wandering uterus that you might consider once in a while when diagnosing us. Thanks. We of the hysterical uteruses appreciate your acknowledgement that they might be, somewhat, if in any portion, factored into our diagnostics. Obvious sarcasm is obvious.
Continued really throughout my career, men and women.
What did you just say? Can you repeat that again? You're treating women with what?
Treating women with psychiatric problems, serious illness, psychosis.
So when you defined for the district attorney the concept of, let's say, psychosis yesterday, were you referring in any degree to a woman who has had a baby and is in a period of postpartum depression, shall we say?
Yes.
Okay. And when and how were you treating those people?
That was during the period of 15 years when I ran a unit of men and women who came in with serious psychiatric symptoms.
So what would you do? Would you analyze them? Would you talk to them, counsel them? What would you do while they're in the hospital?
Well, do a full assessment with a multidisciplinary team and make determinations about.
So I think there is and I talked about it yesterday, but here's where, again, casual observer here, but it seems as though medical science, so like your OBGYN, your nurse practitioner, your midwife, they all recognize that there is a phenomena, a diagnosis that is called postpartum depression. I think what we're running into is that the American Academy of Psychiatrics, the people that are in charge of the DSM-5, they are still considering the proposed entity that would be potentially postpartum psychosis limited to 4 to 6 weeks, depending on where the committee that is looking at proposing this ends up. So we do have a classic disconnect because your OBGYN will tell you you have postpartum, but under, I guess, the rubric of psychiatrics, postpartum, that is, so any depression that is not caught within the first 4 weeks after you deliver a baby is not considered postpartum depression under any psychiatric rubric as of right now, at least from what I'm understanding of the testimony. And I do want to talk to an expert because I'm not one. But it does seem like there is a giant disconnect between what the medical community terms as postpartum depression and then what America and American mental health professionals term postpartum depression. At least that's where I'm seeing a disconnect. I could be completely wrong, but that has stood out as sort of a really big systematic failure or issue that needs to be addressed. And Gail, yes, I pointed it out yesterday. I was quite irritated, but it's ridiculous.
Proper treatment, proper therapy, medications and the like to treat the symptoms.
And generally, what would the symptoms be, sir, in your experience?
Symptoms of postpartum depression. Okay. Well, certainly within that period of time around birth or after birth, the DSM has a 4-week period. Others expand that to as much as a year. But certainly depressive symptoms postpartum are similar to the symptoms that you see in a regular depression. You can have suicidality, you can have guilt, changes in appetite, changes in weight, changes in concentration, changes in physical activity. You can also have significant problems with sleep, either sleeping too much or not enough. So these are depressive symptoms that come in the postpartum period and require assessment and treatment.
Are you aware, sir, in your practice or studies of the number of women that commit suicide during the postpartum period? Are you aware of that?
I can't quote you a figure.
Do you have any clue at all?
No.
Would you agree with me, sir, that one of the unfortunate components
Thank you.
of a woman who has had a baby and is suffering from postpartum depression and living with it, that can, on a dime, turn into postpartum psychosis very quick, right?
It can be rapid.
And you indicated, sir, that there, according to the DSM, is a 4-week cutoff for symptomology. And then you mentioned that there are others. Is it the World Health Organization that you said that talks about a year?
Correct.
There are some other psychiatric organizations that talk about different periods of time, 6 weeks, 8 weeks.
Gail, no. See, the problem is that psychiatry doesn't say that they're not depressed, but they don't make the link clinically to the postpartum period. Basically, they did what they did with Lindsay. I was very curious as to why none of the clinicians that saw her in a mental health capacity diagnosed her with postpartum depression. Well, she was past that 4-week period, so she didn't get the postpartum qualifier. So they did notice and appreciate in the way that they noticed, they observed her depressive or her depression symptoms, but they didn't link it with postpartum because it was after that 4-week period highlighted in the DSM. So it's stupid, but it's not that stupid.
Right?
Correct.
So when a woman is dealing with these symptoms and goes to a doctor, or even you, when you're treating, as you indicated 15, 20 years ago, you were treating, is it important to take a blood test?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
I'm sorry, my bad. Is it important to take a blood test?
Is it important to take a blood test?
Yeah, you just went through the whole thing about we're going to have the team and they're going to evaluate and we're going to prescribe. I'm just asking, is it important to take a blood test of the patient?
It can be.
Based on what?
Based on the presenting symptoms, based on the history, based on medical history. For example, if someone has recently been in a hospital and been treated, there may not be a necessity for drawing blood again, depending on the types of symptoms that you encounter. It's not a standard that everyone who presents to a psychiatrist requires blood tests.
So if you're a psychiatrist who's been practicing private practice for about, I don't know, a month, maybe two, and is prescribing antipsychotic medications, selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor medications, benzodiazepine medications to a young woman who is complaining of what the young woman perceives to be difficulties postpartum, is it important to take a blood test to find out what, if any, prescription drugs they have on board in their system?
To check and find out, did you say what drugs are on board?
Yeah, I mean, you're treating this patient, right? And they're coming off the, I'm hypothetically with you, but they're coming off the street to see a psychiatrist for help, right?
Yes.
And if they're already been prescribed drug after drug after drug by a particular doctor with her 2 months of robust experience, is it a fair statement that you should take a blood test of that person?
Well, it really depends on the medication. There are some medications that really require blood tests because of levels and the like. Many psychotropic medications are not easily, there's not an easy test for the amount of medication in the system. So it depends on the circumstances, and it depends on the medication. I mean, for example, lithium or carbamazepine or valproic acid, those are all mood stabilizers. Certainly taking a blood test would be very important. So it depends.
Depends. Can I just ask you to spell those two drugs that you just pronounced for the stenographer, please?
Carbamazepine.
Yeah.
Carbamezapine.
Okay.
Valproic acid, Valproic acid, also known as valproate, Valproate. And did I mention lithium?
That's not a hard one. The record has to be accurate, that's all.
Understood.
Okay. Now, doctor, are there other tests in your experience that are or can be or should be administered to a young woman or a woman who's had a baby and is coming to a doctor, like Dr. Tufts, for example? Are there other tests that can be administered to determine if, in fact, that person is suffering from postpartum depression?
I'm not aware of any specific test that specifically diagnoses depression. Years and years ago.
Postpartum depression, sir.
Pardon me?
Postpartum depression is my question.
Correct.
Depression. I know you want to say it's the same thing, but postpartum depression.
Now, here is the interesting thing. There have been recent, and in medical study, recent can be within the last 5 years. So I don't know how contemporaneous it is, but there have been studies that are showing that there may be, and they might even have gotten to a causal link between certain thyroid levels and the presentation of postpartum psychosis and depression in women. Now, I haven't done a deep dive into any of those prospective studies, but I have done a sort of cursory overlook, and it does look like there is being research conducted right now to see how much of a link or what function thyroid levels do play in the mood and mental health of women that have just had babies.
Depression is my question.
And you're asking if there's a blood test for postpartum
I'm
depression?
asking if there's any tests at all that a psychiatrist can or should administer to the patient coming to them for help.
Well, there's the Edinburgh scale, which is a self-report that patients fill out for who are postpartum.
You looked that up last night?
No.
Well, you knew about the Edinburgh scale?
Yes.
You administered the Edinburgh scale?
Pardon me?
Have you administered the Edinburgh scale?
No. It's a self-report, usually given by nurses.
Nurses, okay. In any event, it's a scale that is a useful tool to determine the level or degree of depression that a person may be expressing that is suffering from postpartum depression, correct?
That's right.
And do you know what the numbers are on the scale? Like, is it 1 to 23 or is it 1 to 50? Or do you know what it is?
It's a 30-point scale.
And when you say
So 1 to 30, as I understand it.
And when you say a self-report, the patient would then advise what symptomology they're suffering at that particular point in time, right?
Correct.
And then the doctor would then determine whether or not there is a risk or an extreme risk or a deadly risk of this person committing suicide, harming someone else, whether it's a baby or anybody else, and determine what the level of their postpartum depression is, right?
Yes, it can help.
And did Dr. Tufts administer Edinburgh test?
Samantha, actually, they have talked about her current mental state. And Reddington has disclosed that the two kind of younger females, and they kind of rotate, that have been in the pew kind of right behind the defense, those are 24/7 nurse or attendants from the hospital that Lindsay is being cared at. She continues to remain highly, highly ideation compelled. They basically do not leave her alone because they do fear that she would try to continue to harm herself. She is highly medicated during all this trial. She's continued to be highly medicated, and Reddington has disclosed that, but she's also on one-on-one patient care right now to keep her from self-harm. So she would remain hospitalized for many, many years. They are basically keeping her somewhat controlled and able to remain competent to be in trial, but she is not in a good place.
To this young woman?
I know that Ms. Clancy, there were a number of Edinburgh tests that were given to her, so that there are some scores in her record. I can't recall which practitioner gave her the Edinburgh test, but I do recall that there are a number of scores within her medical record.
Right. And what was her highest score?
The highest score that I recall was 23.
23 out of 30, right?
Correct.
And over 15, the patient is in pretty serious trouble, right?
Over 15 is concerning, definitely.
Right. And she was 23. Right?
Yes, I believe so. I think they ranged from 19 to 23, just
Right,
from my
they
memory.
increased as time went by, right? She was getting worse,
Correct.
right? Yeah. All right. And in addition to the regular blood test, which costs like, I don't know, about $100 to administer a blood test to see what somebody's got in their system. It's not a lot of money, right, for the insurance company.
I just didn't hear you.
Blood test. It's not a lot of money for an insurance company to pay, right? To cover.
Correct.
Okay. So do you feel that it is reasonable medical procedure for a psychiatrist dealing with a woman who is expressing under the Edinburgh scale off the charts or serious trouble, who is on medication, as we went through, the antipsychotic drugs, the SSRI drugs, the amitriptylines at the end of the period of treatment with these people, the benzodiazepines, it's helpful to take a blood test, right?
It can be.
And is that, in your opinion, sir, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, a step that should be taken by a competent doctor?
That taking blood tests can be appropriate, yes.
And then there's an additional blood test that you can use when you're dealing with a woman who's suffering from postpartum depression or coming to the doctor for help and they have significant narcotics or prescription drugs in their system, and that would be an enzyme test, right?
I'm not aware of an enzyme test being typically available or used.
Well, it costs a lot of money, doesn't it? Like it costs a couple of grand?
I don't know.
All right. In any event, sir, are there any other concerns that one would have if they're competent and they're treating somebody that's come to them for help in addition to a blood test and perhaps enzyme test to determine the metabolizing aspect of the person's system, metabolizing or processing these drugs that are in their system, the enzyme test? Are there any other tests or concerns that you have with a woman whose postpartum depression complaints come to your doorstep?
Well, depending on the presentation, sometimes it's helpful to check thyroid function. That can certainly be a cause of psychiatric symptoms.
Did they do a thyroid test on Lindsay?
No,
That's not a lot of money that the insurance company would complain about, right?
correct.
One of the things that I just don't want to forget, sir, is that the district attorney asked you, while we're talking about the drugs, about the Lamictal, otherwise known as lamotrigine. Did I pronounce that right?
Lamotrigine, yes.
Lamotrigine. And she said that Lamictal, it has a side effect of a rash, right? You recall that, sir?
I think I said serious rash.
No, I think she said rash. You may, it's up to the jury what their recollection is, but you may have said serious rash, but we both agree. It's a serious rash, right?
Yes,
In fact, it can be fatal, right?
in very rare occasions, yes.
It can be fatal, right?
Yes, in very rare occasions.
Well, if one person out of 1,000 gets Stevens-Johnson syndrome or prurigo nodularis as a result of taking that medication, that's something that we should not.
1 in 1,000. This is why I was asked to watch my first husband, so closely, because it's not outside the very real statistical, possibility that I understand it's rare, but when you scale that up to the population of America, my disease is 1% of the global population. That's still 300,000 people in America. So yes and no. It's statistically, if 1 out of 1,000, Skittles was poison, maybe you'd, stick your hand in it and eat a couple Skittles. But if you knew that was the ratio, and again, there's no guarantee that you're not going to be the one that picks up that one poison Skittle. 1 in 100,000 is a statistic I'm willing to gamble with. 1 out of 1,000, I would be hesitant to take that medicine.
Tolerate as doctors, right?
Risks and benefits are something that every physician, every prescriber needs to think about.
So you've heard of, as it relates to Lamictal, as a prescription drug, what's called 10. You've heard of that, right? As a side effect?
Yes.
And that means what?
It is a pretty severe reaction of the skin, as I recall, causing blistering. I mean, it's very significant.
So if you have a young woman who is a nurse, an RN, who worked for 7 years in a very prestigious hospital's labor and delivery unit, who was so nervous about drugs that were being prescribed to her that she would at night sit in her kitchen on her phone and Google all sorts of side effects of narcotics, the drugs, the Seroquel, lamotrigine, all of these drugs. Is it an unreasonable decision for her to say, I don't want to take that drug, in your opinion?
It seems like you're asking, is it reasonable to decide not to take the drug?
Yeah, that's what she did.
Sir, your profession is profoundly linked to your ability to not only engage in verbal communication, but for you to observe other people's nonverbal cues and to understand context and texture and what's not being said. How do you not understand that he was asking, like in Jeopardy, he was asking in the form of a question? Dear Lord.
That's what you told us yesterday. That's what the DA asked you yesterday, right?
It was a decision that she made.
And in your opinion, sir, after we just went through all of this with the TENS, with the toxic epidural necrolysis and all the rest of that, and she's a nurse, and she's looking up these drugs that she's being prescribed and says, I don't wish to take that drug, in your opinion, to a reasonable degree of psychiatric certainty based on your experience, is that a reasonable decision for her to say, I don't want to take it?
The benefits of that drug are profound, and millions of.
Who is paying you? Pfizer, Merrick, Lilly? Again, sir, I go to the analogy. I will hand you a bowl of Skittles, and one of them will give you explosive, Taco Bell trots. Are you willing to risk it? If the other ones give you a permanent boner, are you willing to risk, the potentiality of explosive diarrhea? I'm going to have to research exactly what the University of Virginia, if they are affiliated with any sort of pharmaceutical company, especially one that might or might not have a patent on Lamictal.
Of Americans take that medication and find it to be very important for them.
Doctor, you're an intelligent man, you're a doctor, you've got a lot of experience dealing with the prison system, we've already gone over all of that. You understand my question, don't you? I'm just
Yes.
asking, is that a reasonable decision for Lindsay to make and say, I don't wish to take that drug? Based on all the side effects, whether or not it's rare that people die, whether or not it's rare that they break out on their skin with these permanent lesions and bleeding pustules, is it reasonable for her to say, I don't want to take it?
In her mind, it was.
Yeah.
In her mind. Are you kidding me? Are you telling me again, sir, as a patient, you are willing to go to the doctor and take a medication that may. Well, thank you for allowing Lindsay the audacity of being a thinking, advocating patient.
Certainly, we don't want to leave it with the jury that she's so vain that she just didn't want to take something that she might get a little rash. In any event. Now, have in mind, there's no blood test, there's no enzyme test, for metabolite test, there's no thyroid test, but we still have the pill factory through Dr. Tufts and then into Dr. Gelada for that period of time. You're telling this jury that that is, in your opinion, reasonable little drug doses that she was prescribed? Is that what you're telling this jury, sir?
That it was reasonable to prescribe?
Yeah, the drugs one right after the other, and then stopping the SSRI, not weaning off, stopping it flat out. Is that reasonable?
Objection.
Sustained, just as to form.
Is it reasonable, sir, in your opinion, to tell someone who's on an SSRI, such as Zoloft or Prozac, just stop it and we'll put you on something else, or should you wean it off?
In the case of the Zoloft and the severe insomnia, in my view, it was reasonable to stop it.
And then prescribe new drugs?
Well, insomnia was a significant problem, so as I recall, Ativan and Benadryl were prescribed to assist her with those symptoms.
Now, if somebody, is nervous because they have an exam coming up, or they just can't sleep because maybe they're worried about their job, there's a big difference between that and serious insomnia. Is that true?
Yes.
And Lindsay was suffering very serious insomnia, according to the medical records and her statements to her providers, right?
That's right.
And in fact, when Tufts increased the SSRI 25 to 50, she went 48 hours straight without being able to sleep, right?
That's in the record, yes.
And she went pretty much immediately to Tufts and complained about that and said, I can't sleep. It's 48 hours. I just can't sleep, right?
Yes, I think that was around the 21st of October.
And in your experience with dealing with terrorism and terrorist threats and things like that, would you agree with me that sleep deprivation is used as a torture?
It can be, yes.
And in fact, the side effects, if you will, of a person who's suffering from serious insomnia can actually lead to psychosis, can it not?
Yes, it's possible.
You're aware.
Not possible. They have done studies. I believe it's anywhere from it can be as little as 48 hours, but up to 72 can have severe psychiatric impact on not only your functionality, but your reasoning, your logic, your touch on reality. sleep, your body and your mind need sleep to function properly. And this expert is correct that sleep is going to be a major part of helping, or would have been a major part of helping Lindsay as a patient at that time. But the fact that she went 48 hours and then didn't feel like she needed sleep, and that wasn't an alert of a hypomanic, episode until nurse practitioner Gelada, is concerning.
That while she's living in her house with her husband, Pat, and their 3 kids, that by all accounts, she was a happy mother, wife, friend, daughter, all of the above, right?
No.
So as the summer progressed, is it your understanding from Dr. Sadoff's investigation in this case that Lindsay Clancy and her husband, Pat, and their kids during the summer of 22 were not living their best life, enjoying life?
The summer was very good from Callan's birth really through much of August. Through the time that Patrick Clancy was at home, that first 12 weeks was really quite good.
And then it went sideways, right? She started having some concern about anxiety, right?
She did.
That brought her to Dr. Tufts' office. Brought her to talk to Dr. Tufts on the telemedicine, right?
Correct.
And then she started getting her prescriptions, such as the SSRI at 25, SSRI increased to 50, 48 hours without sleep, went back to Dr. Tufts, more medications prescribed, right?
Yes.
Was she in rough shape in October of 2022 after dealing with Tufts for about 3 weeks?
She was certainly having difficulty, although the Benadryl and the Ativan were very helpful for sleep.
Okay. I'm just going to grab this item here. I'm just going to kind of hold it. In your investigation, you did look at the text messages and all the stuff that was on Lindsay's phone. Correct?
Yes.
Her life was pretty much turned inside out, right? I mean, government got access to every text message she sent, right?
Yes.
Every email that she sent, right?
Yes.
Every memo that she wrote on her phone or on her computer or whatever, right?
Yes.
Every journal entry that she ever wrote during this period of time. We have it all, don't we?
Yes.
And in October 20th, sir, did you see this text where she texted her mother and said, "Mom, will you please come up and stay with me a bit? I'm really sick. Something's wrong. I had horrible insomnia all night. I just don't know how I'm going to get through the day. I started to take medicine the doctor prescribed for anxiety, and I think it's made things worse. It's just really scary. And I don't." Did you see that?
Yes.
So she wasn't doing well in October, was she?
Correct.
We continued to see Tufts, right?
Yes.
Gelada, right?
Nurse practitioner Paul and then Gelada. Yes.
Okay. Now, in your investigation of the medical records, would you agree with me that Lindsay was not running around from doctor to doctor to try to physician shop to try to get drugs so that she could get high or use the drugs? That's not what she was doing, was it?
Ms. Clancy expressed concerns that she was not following a plan and that it would have been better for her had she tried to stick with a plan.
Is that one sentence in all of the medical records where it makes reference to the fact that she said something like, I should have stuck with the plan? Is that what you're referring to?
Yes.
Okay. My question, sir, was Dr. Tufts, Dr. Paul, Dr. Gelada.
Nurse practitioner Paul and
I
Gelada.
apologize again. That's
right.
My bad. Nurse practitioner Gelada. Up to that point, bringing us into November, these people and other emergency room visits that she had, she was not going out looking to score drugs off of drug prescriptions. Is that fair?
Correct.
And she, in fact, looked up Tufts, but she didn't even know who Tufts was. She went online and Googled postpartum depression and found an expert. Isn't that right?
That's my understanding.
But she was only practicing for like a month or two. Was she, in your opinion, to a reasonable degree of psychiatric certainty, an expert?
Objection.
Overruled.
It depends on the amount of training that she received, not just as a physician and a resident, but also in the area of women's health.
So the young lady goes online, Googles, trying to get help, goes to see the expert, Dr. Tufts, ultimately deals with nurse practitioner,
And this is very, very important. Lindsay went out of her way to get a doctor, to find a mental health support system that specialized in dealing with women. She was aware that she was in a unique time period, whether psychiatry has gotten there or not, of being postpartum and having very severe symptoms.
and counselor that worked in that medical field business. Letitia Dukes, I believe is her name.
Right.
And then she had a need to go to an emergency room and went to Mass General Hospital, right?
That's right.
And she was with her husband, Pat, right?
Correct.
And she had been complaining about lack of sleep, insomnia, right?
Yes, as I understand.
She had been complaining about inability to emote, feeling hollow, not myself, right?
Correct.
And a number of other complaints that were brought to the fore. And the hospital made a recommendation that she go to McLean Hospital, which is a locked ward mental institution in Massachusetts. And she chose not to do that, correct?
That's right.
So then what she did is went back to her home and immediately hooked up again, if you will, with Tufts, right?
That's right.
In December, one of the people at the South Shore perinatal unit advised her to go to a hospital that specializes in postpartum women. That would be Women and Infants Hospital in Rhode Island, right?
That's right.
And she went there like the next day, right after they called, right?
Yes, I think they fit her in pretty quickly. Was it maybe the 20th of December?
And her husband dropped her off for that day program, right?
That's right.
And she participated with the coloring, with the conferences or with the discussions and evaluations with the doctor, right?
Yes,
For about 8 hours. It was about an 8-hour day, right?
something like that.
And on that day, in December 20th, she was turned away, basically, right?
I don't know that I would term it turned away
Did they help her?
by Dr. Diaz's notes, but
Did they help her?
pardon me?
Did they help her?
They felt that another program might be more appropriate, either inpatient or partial hospitalization or outpatient, just based upon her concerns about medication.
And her concerns about the symptomology of postpartum depression, right? That's why she was there.
She was having depressive symptoms, yes.
Right. And that's in addition to, everybody wants to say GAD, general anxiety, depression. This woman was there for treatment of postpartum depression, right?
She was there for treatment of depression. I was under the impression that most of the women who were in that program were much closer to had given birth to their children. And so in that respect, it was not the group that they served were much closer to that postpartum period, as I understand.
You're not going to say to this jury that because Lindsay was outside of the, let's say, 4-month cutoff, that she was not a good candidate for postpartum depression treatment? Is that what you told me, Jim?
No,
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I thought you said because of the time frame from giving birth to the time that she went to see them.
I was just speaking about my understanding from the note from Women and Infants in terms of their decision making.
Okay. And Women and Infants basically discharged her after about 8 hours, right?
Yes,
And her husband was up skiing, and then she contacted him, and he had to come down and pick her up and bring her home, right?
that's right.
And the reason that she was discharged from Infants Hospital in Rhode Island included a statement, RO, rule out issues regarding prescription medications, correct?
Yes, that's my recollection.
And she indicated that she was going to go right back to Tufts, right?
Yes,
And she did, didn't she?
yes, as I understand.
And would you agree, sir, that every time a doctor said to Lindsay to do something, whether it was to make an appointment somewhere, whether it was to take another drug, any advice, that she was on it immediately. Is that fair?
She attended her appointments. Yes.
Well, not just that, she attended them right away. She was told, for example, at McLean, you read those records, that she should hook up with her provider, and she did the very next day, right?
Yes.
Okay. So she wasn't avoiding seeing healthcare professionals, was she?
No.
And she was continuing to express concern about her state of mind. She felt that her mind, her brain was being damaged. Isn't that right?
That's right.
Those are in the records, right?
Correct.
And she felt that her brain being damaged was permanent and she was never going to get better, right?
Yes.
She was complaining not just to her physicians, but she was complaining to people in her community that she was having intrusive thoughts, dark thoughts, suicidal thoughts, and homicidal ideation. She said that, correct?
The homicidal ideation, as I understand, was just voiced to her husband and her mother.
Just voiced? Is that what you just said? Just voiced? Is that like talking about the Red Sox? She's talking about homicidal ideation of her children.
Sustained. Next question.
I asked you about her complaints of intrusive thoughts, complaining to doctors, complaining to friends, complaining to neighbors, family about dark, intrusive thoughts of suicide and homicidal ideation. Didn't she?
I just don't recall that she complained of homicidal ideation to
Okay, so-
healthcare providers.
Finish answering.
I think, Doc, you finished? Did you finish the answer? Doctor, did you finish that last answer? Okay. Next question.
So we'll put homicidal ideation aside for a minute. Would you agree that for that period of time, short as it may have been in her life, November into December, that she was reaching out to people that would listen to her for help?
Yes.
Would you agree, sir, that she would tell, for example, neighbors or friends with the Learning Sprout School, her family, her doctors, that she was having these dark, intrusive thoughts of suicide? Yes or no?
Did you ask whether or not she was telling her children's teachers at Learning Sprouts?
Anyone that she would come in contact with at Learning Sprouts, whether it's another mother, whether it's a friend, whether it's a teacher, whether it's an administrator, whether it's somebody that just watches the kids in the playground, did she tell anyone that she had dark, intrusive thoughts to your investigation?
Those people that you named, I wasn't aware that she informed them about that.
When someone says, with her history up to this point in December, that they're having dark, intrusive thoughts to a professional, in your opinion, sir, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, does it make sense that the professional should ask the person whether or not these are voices that they're hearing in their head, or whether or not they are just thoughts that they're having?
Certainly exploring that is important.
And would you agree with me, sir, that when you have a young woman that, again, by all accounts, done nothing wrong in her life, exemplary citizen, has these issues and sees the doctors, that to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, a physician should do a little bit more than asking, do you have a plan? I mean, is that accepted practice, just to say, do you have a plan? And if they say no, you're okay.
I wasn't aware that was the only question.
Okay. She was also told that counsel had asked you yesterday about other recommendations that were given to her by women and infants, and that you said that she did not follow through on that, but she did see Dr. Tufts pretty much the next day, right?
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay, and she said that she was going to go see Dr. Tufts the next day, right?
Yes.
And just to mention, before I forget it, the Lamictal, I think you mentioned to the jury that she had a prescription for Lamictal that she was able to fill, right?
Correct.
But she didn't take it, right?
That's right.
And then Tufts told her that she was going to, she meaning Tufts, was going to give her a script for Lamictal, and she said, no, I already have one, right?
It was Nurse Gelada.
Okay, sorry.
she had gotten the prescription and filled it from Dr. Tufts. And Nurse Yolanda, when asked about the Lamictal, was very favorable about it and said, yes, that's great. That would be great.
Sir, I know. You want to tell me that it's a wonderful drug. Did she tell nurse practitioner Yolanda, I already have a script. I don't need it?
Yes.
Among other things, when people are in trouble and they're having dark suicidal thoughts, whether or not it's voices in their head, whether or not it's thoughts that they can't go on anymore, they can't live life, they have to kill themselves, many times they're told to call suicide hotlines, right?
Yes, Aspire.
Aspire. What is Aspire?
I don't know what it stands for, but it is a hotline that Ms. Clancy called twice because of her suicidal ideation.
When did she call Aspire saying that she had thoughts of killing herself?
I can't recall specifically.
But she did call them not once but twice and told them. So she complained and told them that she was going to kill herself, right? Twice. Right?
She spoke to them about suicidality.
So here's a young woman with all of what she's been through who now is to the verge of killing herself and reaches out to people that her healthcare providers told her to call for help, said that she was going to kill herself, and what did Aspire do?
As I understand, they redirected her to her provider. They did not make a decision to hospitalize or to recommend hospitalization.
They didn't make a decision to do anything.
Objection.
Yeah, so you can form that as a question, please.
Did you read the records dealing with Aspire? Did they do anything other than tell her, no, you're not someone that we can help?
I know that they were not responsive to her suicidality because she did not indicate that she had a plan.
And did you read a transcript or listen to a tape, or how do you know that?
I recall it someplace in the documents, it being referred to, but I can't tell you exactly where.
So this, sir, obviously is a murder trial, and you are a witness for the government.
3 times. So twice by the hotline because she called Aspire again. She was feeling acute symptoms of or ideations. And then at McLean Hospital, where she was asked also if she had a plan. Sebastian, I don't know what is required in Massachusetts, and that's why I have not added a help hotline because I want to completely research if this is a function of the system rather than a unique failure. I never want to send you guys to a place where you're not going to get help. So I know there have been a couple people that have asked me to put a helpline or a hotline up, but I want to do my due diligence and make sure that I'm sending you to a place that's not going to turn anyone away.
And you've indicated that you've read the records. You just told this jury that in the conversation that she had with the people from Aspire that she expressed suicidal ideation and was asked if she had a plan. Where are you getting that from?
I can't tell you exactly within the records.
How about the second time she called Aspire? Why would she call Aspire again if they wouldn't help her the first time? In your opinion as a psychiatrist? Looking for help?
Continuing to seek help.
And yet again, she didn't get any, did she?
That's my understanding.
To a reasonable degree of psychiatric certainty with treating the patients to the extent that you've told this jury that you have, what kind of a devastating effect would that have on a person who's ready to kill themselves that's called the Spire hotline twice and has been turned away?
Objection.
Overruled.
It could have a very serious effect.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you. You cannot, again, being a psychiatrist means that you are allowed to opine on hypotheticals, and the Commonwealth can't use hypotheticals and then disallow the defense from utilizing hypotheticals. He was cherry picking.
After being discharged from Women and Infants Hospital and reaching out to Aspire, you'd agree with me that one of the concerns that the doctor at Women's Hospital in Rhode Island had is the medication that she had been prescribed by top-end nurse practitioner Gelada, right?
Correct.
And that's one of the reasons that they could not treat her. It wasn't just that, no, we don't think that you're postpartum depressed. We just think that there's a complicated overlay involving the medications that you've been prescribed, right?
Yes.
And these medications obviously included selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors, right?
Yes. Prozac and Zoloft.
Right. And one of the things that a doctor would be concerned about, especially with a woman who's had a baby and has stopped breastfeeding the baby, is the effect that that may have on the woman, physically, mentally, emotionally, when they stop breastfeeding a baby, right?
Yes.
And this is a very important factor. So, not to get too into the weeds, but I do have 6 kids and I nursed 4 of them. About the time I stopped nursing, guess what happened? So, there is the restarting of your cycles that can, and hormones have been shown to have a great effect on the brain. So, this is another thing that was not looked at closely enough in my layperson opinion. Uh, there are a crap ton of hormones that have to come into play and be at the right levels in order for your cycle to even come back normally. And sometimes that takes a lot of time anyway. But when you stop nursing, there is a potentiality for that. So she could have been dealing with all this and premenstrual syndrome. So that's all I'm saying. Or the fact that they didn't look into whether she was on birth control or not. Again, the brain is very much sensitive to hormones.
And you've heard of gamma aminobutyric acid, otherwise known as GABA, right?
Yes.
And can you tell us, please, what that is, sir?
I'm sorry.
Can you tell us, please, what that is, sir? What is GABA?
I believe that you're referring to Lyrica.
No, I'm asking about the actual acid in the person's system, their blood, that is gamma aminobutyric acid. It's got nothing to do with lamictal. It's got nothing to do with Seroquel. It's got nothing to do with the drug industry. This is in the body. When a woman stops lactating, a woman stops breastfeeding.
Yes.
There is a physical effect on the person, the body, right?
Yes.
What is that effect?
Holy shit. Okay. This is what Reddington, I think, is getting to. Basically, this doctor made a big deal about the use of an artificial hormone to dry up lactation in women and the linkage to those hormone interplays and the expression of psychosis in postpartum women. If they didn't check whether she had stopped lactating, there are similar, natural hormones that your body creates when you stop lactating. Were those present in Lindsay's body that were exacerbating an already fragile mind?
It depends on the individual. There's variable responses postpartum, and as I understand, she stopped breastfeeding. around by October 21st or so, when the out of band was started.
Would you agree with me, sir, that the GABA, make it easy to type, is basically affects, its primary effect is on the neurotransmitters in the brain, right?
Yes.
Okay. That sounds pretty complicated. Neurotransmitters, I mean, is that like where you have a spark plug on a motorcycle and you can actually gap it and get it to kick over? It's a neurotransmitter in the brain? That sounds like it.
Well, yeah, it's more complicated than that.
I figured.
Obviously.
But nevertheless, it's still basically, you're talking about the actual organic matter of the brain, right?
Yes.
And would you agree, sir, that when a woman is pregnant, that there are progesterone hormone surges during that pregnancy?
Yes, there are hormonal changes.
Their hormone doesn't just change, it can actually surge, and it can be quite impactful to the person, right?
Yes.
And would you agree with me, sir, that one of the metabolites of progesterone, which has been unleashed when a woman is pregnant, with the progesterone hormone surging through their body, that you have a metabolite that actually enhances or increases the GABA activity of the neurons in the brain, right?
It can, yes.
And what is that metabolite, sir, that increases that activity in the very organ of the brain?
I can't tell you.
Is it a allopregnanolone? If you know?
No,
No, it's not, or no, you don't know?
I don't know.
Immediately after a woman has a baby, would you agree, sir, that the progesterone that we just talked about and the allopregnanolone that you don't know about drops precipitously according to the medical treatises, right?
Objection.
If he knows, he can answer that.
Yes.
And what does that mean, sir? Tell me, when it says that the progesterone and the allopregnanolone in the body drops precipitously. What does that mean, precipitously?
That means rapidly.
And a sudden drop, sir, you would agree has a significant potential of causing serious GABA dysfunction, right?
That certainly would be possible.
Do you know that, or are you just agreeing with me?
I'm agreeing with you.
Okay.
Bless his heart, at least he's honest. But this is why, look, again, I know that this is a heartbreaking trial, but this needs to be researched. If we can take Lindsay out of this equation, okay? Let's study the hell out of this. Because I don't want another mom to feel alone, okay? Whether you believe Lindsay felt alone or not, like I said, take Lindsay out of the equation and let's put, any new mom. Let's make sure this doesn't happen again. Let's research the ever-living stuffing out of this stuff. Try not to curse dressed up as Dolly, because I know she didn't curse. Today is testing the ever-living heck out of me.
Do you want me to keep going?
Want to take a short break?
I don't care. I'm just saying that.
Why don't we take the morning recess at this point? All right.
Court, all rise, please. Jurors, I close the door. This court is now in session. Please be seated.
For the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant, including the 18 jurors.
All right, counsel.
Thank you, Judge. Sir, when we left off, I believe the question was that, and you agreed, the sudden drop can cause significant GABA dysfunction. Recall that question where we broke off talking about the gamma? And you're familiar with the concept of, in that regard, talking about the gamma-aminal butyric acid and its effect on the progesterone and its effect on the brain synapses, is referred to as breaks, B-R-E-A-K-S. You've heard of that term, right?
No.
You aware, sir, that when you get to the point where you have that precipitous drop in the progesterone and the allopregnanolone dropping precipitously, that in fact it constitutes and causes significant neurotransmitter malfunction, referred to as broken breaks.
I'm not familiar with that term.
Can you tell me what a neurotransmitter in the brain is?
You're asking what is a neurotransmitter?
Sure. I don't know.
Neurotransmitters function in the brain and have responsibility for not only aspects of mood, but also psychosis. Dopamine is a neurotransmitter that is significant in terms of psychosis. When it's too high, we need it. And the neurotransmitters function in a number of different ways, number of different pathways. When we think about psychiatry, we really think about the mesolimbic pathway and not just dopamine, but also serotonin, norepinephrine. And so depending on the disorder, there are different medications that can be helpful in treating those disorders. So really, from the standpoint of psychiatric illness and brain dysfunction, medication can be very helpful in regulating the neurotransmitters and difficulties.
Have you heard of the broken brakes hypothesis as it relates to the impact of the precipitous drop of progesterone in the enhancement of the GABA activity? Have you heard of that concept?
No.
Would you agree, sir, that when a woman is in that position of the precipitous drop of the progesterone after ceasing the breastfeeding activity, the enhancement with the GABA...
You mean prolactin?
Prolactin. The enhancement of the GABA activity, that would be a dysfunction in the brain, right?
Certainly, mood symptoms can be significant.
Would you agree, sir, that the dysfunction in the brain caused by those two items is consistent with intrusive and hard to control thoughts and highly impulsive, uncontrollable behavior? Would you agree with that?
I would say that's possible.
And that would relate to the...
Gail, it shouldn't be. Every psychiatrist has the prerequisite of being a doctor. So these are medical doctors who have gone on to have a further amount of training. Now, basically, what Reddington is saying is that you're kind of dealing with two trains on a wreck. So your progesterone after you have a baby goes like this, which can lead to neurotransmitters that are sensitive to hormones already being out of whack. So you're kind of on unstable ground to begin with. Now, say your body has started to level out because you're nursing. So levels of progesterone are remaining steady enough, and prolactin and everything else are remaining at high enough, steady enough levels that you can nourish your baby. So you kind of get normalized. You're still really on unsteady ground. Your neurotransmitters are still kind of off, but you're feeling okay, like ish, all right? Then you decide to wean your baby. Then prolactin levels, I think, drop precipitously, and so do more progesterone levels. Look, there's a lot of hormones, but basically there are mad hormone interactions when you stop lactating. I'm not a doctorologist. I've only had 6 children and, nursed 4 of them. So lay expertologist here, but there are a lot of neurotransmitters that are uniquely influenced by hormone levels. So the fact that he doesn't know any of this means that he hasn't studied postpartum medical, realities for women in a time that hasn't been 40 years ago.
Capacity of a person to conform their conduct. If, in fact, because of the GABA and the progesterone and all that we just talked.
And welcome, Baker Raiders. We are on the cross-examination of the final witness of the Commonwealth's rebuttal case. This gentleman, he uniquely highlights the characteristics that made Caffey Daffy a employee of exemplary credentials in the feds. Basically, this man has a buffer. If there is about a 10-second to 5-second pause between when Reddington asks him a question and his brain buffers through. So it is not your computer glitching. This man has to buffer through Borg and Fed training in order to answer a question. He is also allegedly in Minecraft, in my personal opinion, working hard for the pharmaceutical companies here. So he is working hard for the man on multiple levels. Now, as I say all that, and I am dressed up as Truvy from Steel Magnolias, at the heart of this case is the tragic loss of 3 children, and we can't escape that. And to me, justice looks like Lindsay staying at a hospital for the rest of her life, in my opinion. But there is a place where we can point out the absolute brokenness of a system that would bring in 3 experts who all 3 seems to only be vaguely acquainted with, well, females as an entire species.
About the intrusive, hard to control thoughts and highly impulsive, uncontrollable behavior would address itself to the issue of capacity to conform one's conduct, right?
No, I mean, it depends on the timing. If you're talking
Is the answer no?
at 8 months,
Yeah, hold on. You gotta let doctor finish. Did you finish that answer?
yes.
Okay, all right, go ahead, next question.
So, did I hear you say that Patrick is the source, the third-party collateral source of Lindsay saying, I tried to kill myself? Is that what you said?
Now, I do want to warn you guys, like I said, this is incredibly heartbreaking. I do have 30-second puppy kitten breaks that will probably play after this, or about a minute and a half of a longer break. This is a heartbreaking case, and I should have reminded you guys this before. We've already suffered. Doggone it, Tim Curry, too. I will be watching Muppet Treasure Island as soon as I am off screen, legitimately. But this has been a really rough time. This is an incredibly divisive and emotional case. So protect your mental health. I never want to view or you to watch something that's going to hurt you. So while I can provide puppy kitten breaks and Moxie, the emotional support jackass breaks, be mindful of yourself. You don't have to watch in order to recognize that this was a horrible situation. In a world full of a whole lot of ugly, if you can't deal with this today, go out and sparkle and spread kindness, because that's really all we can do down here. So, like Buck says, just that gentle reminder.
Let me rephrase it for you. I mean, did you tell the jury about an hour ago or so that...
When her husband found her on the ground?
Yeah,
Yes, or something to that effect.
something to that effect, okay. And did you listen to the 911 tape when Patrick was actually speaking with Lindsay as she's laying prostrate in the snow on the ground with broken neck and slashes and slits?
Yes, I did.
Did you hear her response to Patrick's comment, "What did you do?"
No.
Did you hear her respond to anything other than what would be described as...
Now, this is significant because Lindsay presented at the ER, but also to EMTs with, I believe, a fairly significant score on the Glasgow Coma scale. She was not really oriented to time and place. She couldn't really respond when asked questions. Her pupils were equal and reactive to light, but she definitely wasn't, able to. It makes the story of her having this full-on confession with Patrick less believable when you understand the absolute annihilation that many of the structures in her throat went through, not just the spine.
guttural grunts.
Not on that call.
So when this conversation occurred, and this is the conversation that you're talking about, where she said, I tried to kill myself, kids are in the basement, he then goes into the house, right?
Correct.
All right. So now we have the EMTs and people are helping her out. We've seen the medical records. You know what the injuries were. You know the damage to her throat. You know the damage to her thyroid, right?
Yes.
And is it your testimony to a reasonable degree of doctor certainty that a person with those injuries, with the prescription drugs that were crushed up, that she consumed, with a broken neck, would be able to have a conversation?
Based on the witness testimony from her husband, yes.
Okay.
Now, I do want to provide a counterpoint, and I am not one of those that is even halfway entertaining the Patrick Clancy TikTok nonsense. But there have been documented studies of traumatic memory retention and how the brain actually cannot, because of neurotransmitters and hormones, adrenaline, things that are going through your body in a traumatic situation. They have done studies that we don't record memories correctly in those kind of situations. So I am not in any way suggesting that Patrick is consciously lying, but there is a possibility that this was so traumatic, this was so soul destroying, that he doesn't have the memory is very real to him. We are going to take a bit of a moxie break. I do need to get a little bit of a snack so I don't fall out on you. I need to remember to eat. So I will play that and then I will be right back with sugar. I mean, and protein and all that other like responsible stuff.
I take it down. Woo! Yeah. Oh yeah. I take it down, minute and a half. Yeah. When the dark gets long and the tea is hot, and the motions filed are quite a lot. When the state says boom and defense says pass, that's when I call my mini ass so classy and sass. Woo! Oh, Moxie, the emotional support mini donkey, tiny but mighty, a courtroom honky tonky. If the trial goes sideways, she don't panic or balk, just a soft little hee-haw and a judgmental walk. Clip clop, trying to do the mess. Ears perked, high, and unutterable distress. When the facts get wild and the lawyers get snarky, I lean on my emotional support. If a witness says I can't recall, she side-eyes gently from the stall. If the sidebar lasts all afternoon, she hums a brave and slightly off tune. She's pocket-sized but bold of heart, a fluffy illegal work of art. From board down woes to verdict day, she snacks on hay and leads the way. Oh, Moxie, queen of the pasture class, small but ruling the law to grass. When the timeline spirals and things get funky, there's peace in a steadfast mini donkey. Clip-clop, courage, fluffy and spunky. All hail the emotional support as Moxie. Oh!
One day I will con Mr. Mo into getting me either a miniature Highland cow, goat, or donkey. Because I will take it to, like, I will dress up as Truvy. Legitimately, you cannot scare me with normal things. To me, buying a lottery ticket would cause a panic attack, but dressing up as Truvy or Dolly Parton, going to Walmart with my own emotional support mini Highland cow, that might be the best day of my daggone life. Like, don't threaten me with a good time. All right, back to this.
So let's put the witness testimony from Patrick aside for a minute. And you listen to the 911 call. Are you telling this jury that she had a conversation that you could discern what she was saying?
Not on the 911 call.
No. Would you agree that they were all grunts?
Yes, from what I heard.
So Patrick goes in the house, relates the fact that he found the children, and you told the jury that his office door was closed, is what he said. Is that right?
Yes.
Where did you get that from?
I believe Patrick told me that.
Is that in your report?
Yes.
And when he told you that, when was that conversation that you had with Patrick?
When I interviewed Patrick Clancy.
Okay. So you read the grand jury minutes, right?
Yes.
You read the police report, right?
Yes.
You know that Patrick went up the stairs, and when he went up the stairs, the door was locked, right? Meaning the bedroom door, not the office door.
Correct.
And then he was able to open the door, right?
Yes. But
And there was blood on the doorknob, right?
there was blood in the room
Describe the room.
on the floor.
Certainly, you already talked. We'll talk about that. But there's blood on the doorknob, right? Was there blood on the doorknob? If you know,
I don't recall.
do you recall there being blood drops in the area of the door itself, like where you have the threshold? But what appeared to be blood, because nobody tested it, we don't know what it is, but it appeared to be blood.
I don't recall the specific. I know that there was blood that was observed.
Okay, and you would agree that there was a lot of blood drops, drips on the mirror, drops on the floor, drops on the nightstand, right?
That's my.
Darth Vader, I want you to note, though, in my defense, I am more of an idea gal, so I'm not going to be there, dealing with cow patty byproduct smell. So while I am just thinking about the cute baby cow you might be getting, do more thorough thought than, oh my God, I'm getting a baby cow, which is what I just used to give you that advice. And Casey, I have decided to live the rest of my life looking like Truvy and, well, with the soul of Weeza. So, I mean, I always hoped to be Truvy, but I am Weeza, so I'm just going to look like Truvy and bar hop as a nun. I'm just kidding. Shirley MacLaine said it before I did, so don't get mad at me.
Recollection.
And you looked at the photographs in your investigation and looked at the testimony, third-party collaterals, as you testified yesterday, right?
Yes.
And you told the jurors that one of the things that was of interest to you is the fact that there was a glass or a wine mug or something that had crushed narcotics or I think you used the word antipsychotic drugs crushed up inside that cup. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay.
Wine tumbler.
Thank you. How do you know they were antipsychotic drugs?
I don't recall saying that they were antipsychotic drugs.
Oh, did you say they were drugs?
I thought I said medications.
Medications. All right, so drugs, medications, and they were crushed up?
There was evidence of powder on the tumbler that Patrick told me about, and I went back and looked more closely at the.
I don't want to be friends with the smell. Look, due to the unique wonderfulness of my brain being hypersensitive to all senses, and then my parasympathetic nervous system being, well, screwed with by complex regional pain syndrome, diagnosed not on the internet by an actual practitioner. I cannot deal with smells. Legitimately, Lord Dingus Targaryen, middle management of the Chaos Dimension, my Maine Coon. Yes, that's his full name. And I always use it because he's always bad. He's a Targaryen. He can't help it. Or a Lannister. I can't remember what I call him, but basically I just call him the buttholes from Game of Thrones. Anywho, he threw up and I did too. So I can't deal with smells. I'd love to have a cow, just not the accompanying smells.
The photographs and saw that.
Did you look more closely at the NMS laboratory or the state police crime laboratory or any testing that was done on the powder?
Yes.
And was there a report that said that indeed it was crushed up medication?
They wouldn't.
I mean,
They didn't indicate whether or not they were pills or.
Did they ever? I'm not asking about pills or powder. Did they ever test the residue?
Not that I'm aware of.
So how do?
And that is an incredibly damning admission of how ridiculous this investigation was. If you haven't been watching this case, we had, I believe, daggone near 7 to 11 state troopers, and then at least 27 people that went through the entire Clancy house. And after a search warrant to look through everything to try to find evidence about why this happened. And not one of those investigators, and I use that term incredibly loosely, decided to look in the very nefarious hiding place of Lindsay's nightstand to see just how many pills she had been prescribed. Basically, the lead investigator in this case was not aware of the drawer full of pills until Reddington showed it to him in trial.
We know that that's even drugs or medications or whatever word you want to use.
It was Patrick Clancy's observation.
So basically, when you're testifying, sir, and you're waxing on about all of the facts of the case that you took into consideration prior to your opinion for the DA in this case, you're getting a lot of it from Patrick, is that right?
That aspect he brought up to me, yes.
Okay. So the crushing of the pills, was there a pill crusher found in the bedroom?
Not that I'm aware of.
Was there any residue found anywhere in the bedroom?
Not that I'm aware of.
So if someone's in a psychotic state and they're going to kill themselves and they're taking the pills, yesterday you said the fistful of pills, and then the DA said, after painful questioning, that they were crushed. You agreed that they were crushed. Wouldn't it be a residue?
A residue?
Yeah, you know what a residue is, right?
Yes.
Was there a residue on the table, on the nightstand, anywhere?
Not that I saw.
So there's no pill crusher, right?
Not that I saw.
There's no investigation by the police to determine what was in that powder, right?
Not that I'm aware of.
There's no indication that there's any residue on or in the actual nightstand next to the bed, right?
Not that I'm aware of.
Does it seem appropriate, sir, that a person would be in a psychotic state after slashing their wrist and slicing their throat and ready to propel themselves out a window would neatly put the bottles into the drawer of the nightstand? Or would they just scatter them around the bedroom floor, not caring?
I'm not aware of the exact sequence of the events in
Well,
terms
if I
of.
tell you, sir, that a couple of days after this incident, I went into the home with Patrick, and I was able to locate in the bedroom, right next to the bed, with all the blood all over the place, this drawer, and inside this drawer would be a lot of medication bottles. Does that refresh your memory on your investigation as to what happened to the bottles? They're all empty.
Yes.
Okay, so how'd they get in the drawer?
How did they get in the drawer? I don't know.
You can fingerprint them, right? Did anybody do any testing at all in this investigation? If you know, you told the jury yesterday you read all the stuff, grand jury minutes, police reports, lots of witnesses.
Yeah, I did not read that.
Is it your understanding, sir, that a person can be in a state of psychosis and I guess misremember something?
Yes,
Or have a false memory?
it's possible.
Did Lindsay tell you that she slashed the screen with the big turkey knife?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Yeah, did she tell you that she slashed the screen with the knife before she went out the window?
Yes, that's what she told me.
But the screen wasn't slashed, was it? Do you think she was malingering and lying to you at that point, sir, when she told you that?
No,
Because one of the things you told this jury is that what stood out to you is, I think you made reference to the fact that Lindsay betrayed her family by misleading her family. Remember saying that to this jury yesterday, sir?
portrayed.
Betrayed is what you said.
No, I said portrayed.
So Lindsay portrayed and misled her family, is what you said to the jury?
Yes,
How'd she mislead her family?
well, in text messages, for example, in the days prior to the event, her parents had visited over that weekend, and the communications that she was providing did not give a sense of her state of mind regarding suicidality.
You kidding me? They stayed up in their house to help them.
Sustained.
They
Next.
stayed at the house, didn't they?
Yes,
Why did they stay at the house?
I'm sorry.
Why did they stay at the house?
They were visiting.
They were staying at the house. They weren't just visiting.
Objection.
Overruled.
Sleep over?
As I understand.
Okay, as you understand. How long did they stay at the house and sleep over?
I think they came up for that weekend. They weren't there constantly.
No,
They came back and forth.
back and forth. Well, they stayed about 4 days, 3 nights. They stayed continuously and stayed at the Clancy home. You knew that from your investigation, right?
Yes, that's
is
my
yes?
recollection.
The answer is yes, right?
Yes.
Okay. So they're staying at the same time. You're telling this jury that she's sending text messages basically saying, I'm okay, I guess. Is that right?
Following their departure, there were the photographs that Lindsay Clancy sent to her mother.
She didn't send a mother photograph showing that she was smiling or happy with her family, did she?
I think there was a photograph of her and the children by the snowman.
No. Is that a bad thing to do that and send a picture of you with your kids making a snowman to your parents?
No.
Is that something, in your opinion, Dr. Sadoff's opinion for the district attorney, that a person who is involved with postpartum psychosis, postpartum depression, wouldn't take a picture of the snowman and their kids, send it to their mother?
Again, and this is the Commonwealth's biggest miscalculation because you don't have to like Lindsay to have human compassion for the situation, to understand they can believe that Lindsay is much more culpable than the defense does. But what they have done, the strategic misstep they have done is in affording Lindsay absolutely, because you don't even have to afford Lindsay sympathy. You can afford the situation sympathy. But because they have decided to take everything that Lindsay does in the worst light, it is so easy for Kevin Reddington to come up and say, or could it possibly be rational to interpret those things that the Commonwealth told you she was a narcissistic B word? Or is it possible that she was masking and engaging in a highly studied, phenomenon of minimizing symptomology? And every time that Reddington is able to come up with a reasonable explanation, a plausible explanation that isn't like Disney cartoon level evil villain, like they are painting Lindsay like Yzma from The Emperor's New Groove. Like every single thing she did was that of a manipulative, just jerk face for trying not to curse. And there's a reasonable interpretation. It is so easy for Kevin Reddington to come in and look reasonable when they get the most malicious version of every single piece of evidence, the most vindictive, the most damning version of every event is what they've used to kind of build their case. And it's so easy to come back and be reasonable. If they had just, again, you can have sympathy for the situation, even if you cannot afford any for Lindsay. Strategically, it's important because, again, when you go to Disney, like Darth Vader looks nice compared to Lindsay, the way the Commonwealth has portrayed her. And that is so one-dimensional. It is easy for Kevin Reddington to come in and fix this.
Given the prior text that you showed to her mother in terms of being in terrible distress, that she was able to do that, that was not what happened when she sent the picture with her children, the snowman, and so did not raise concerns from the mother, as I understand.
Did you talk to the mother?
Pardon me?
Did you talk to the mother?
No, I tried to.
Did you review police reports or statements? You tried to? How'd you do that? Would you call her up and say, I want to talk to you?
No.
Did the district attorney call him up?
I asked Ms. Clancy who would be good for me to speak with, and she said her husband and her family.
Okay. So based on that, what did you do?
I contacted the district attorney, and I...
Which one? Which one of these two?
Ms. Sprague.
Ms. Sprague. Okay. You spoke to Jen Sprague, and what did you say to her?
Sprague.
Was it?
Attorney Sprague.
You spoke to Jen Sprague, and what did she tell you?
Attorney Sprague.
Oh, you'll always be Jen to me, sweetheart.
She told me that she would reach out and attempt to see if I could interview Mr. Clancy and Ms. Clancy's family.
Okay. So did you do that? Did you reach out to her mother?
Did I reach out?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. Did someone tell you that she wouldn't speak to you?
Yes.
And when was this, sir? About 2 months ago?
It would have been probably June 5th.
This is August, right?
Pardon
This
me.
is August. We're in August right now, right?
Yes.
You called to speak to the mother in June, right? Yes? Come on.
Yes.
Okay. And when you called the mother, did she say?
I did not call the mother.
Okay, so the
I did
answer
not
is you
call
did
the
not
mother.
call the mother. Who told you that you couldn't talk to the mother?
Ms. Sprague.
Attorney Sprague, please.
Right. Attorney Sprague.
Now,
Oh, Reddington, I needed that. Thank you, you sweet angel of a gruff, angry Joe Pesci of a man. I'm gonna need to hear that again, y'all. I'm sorry. Look, I might listen to this on repeat like an opium drip at this point.
you couldn't talk to the mother.
Ms. Sprague.
Attorney Sprague, please.
Right. Attorney Sprague.
Now, when Attorney Sprague called you and said you cannot talk to the mother, did it ever occur to you to reach out to me? You're being objective and all.
No.
Did you know, sir, that Lindsay had signed repeatedly every and any HIPAA form that was needed by the DA or the cops to get access to every single medical record that she had? Probably going back to when she was in grammar school. Did you know that?
I know she's been open to it, and she told me that she would like for me to speak with them.
Right. And she's been open to pretty much anything and everything that was asked of her, as far as signing documents, getting medical records, doing interviews, videotaping, making appointments to talk to guys like Mac and Helbrun and you in Tewksbury Hospital, right?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
All of your investigation, sir, led up to the fact that you were going to meet with Lindsay 2 months ago, 2 months prior to our beginning this 5-week triple murder trial. Is that fair?
That's true.
And you told this jury that you wanted to establish a rapport with this kid?
Yes.
Do you think for 1 minute, when you're trying to put her in jail for her life, that she wants to talk to you and have a rapport?
Sustained. Next question.
Did you establish a rapport?
I believe so.
She was cooperative?
Yes.
She was polite?
Yes.
She was pleasant?
Yes. And I asked her at the end if there was any question that I'd asked that made her feel uncomfortable, and she responded in a positive way.
Okay. One of the things that you told the jury is that you felt that she was malingering, or basically lying. I guess you were telling the jury, in your opinion, that she was making stuff up to make herself look like she's crazy when she killed the children. Is that what you told the jury?
I didn't use those words.
No, you're a little more finesse than I was. But nevertheless, sir, you're talking about malingering, right?
Buffer, buffer, buffer. Come sail away.
Yes, the statements about the auditory
Answer's yes.
hallucination.
Right, excuse me.
Yes.
Answer's yes. You were talking about malingering is my question. Yes or no, right? That's all.
Yes.
Okay. And when you're talking about malingering, sir, basically that would be when a person finds it in their interest to basically exaggerate or lie to an investigating psychiatrist, right?
Correct.
And that would be because it's in their interest. Like, I want to pretend that I'm crazy so a jury thinks I'm crazy and I don't have to pay for a crime. That would be in a criminal sense, right?
Yes.
Workman's comp cases, a guy gets hurt in the truck and then they end up having interviews by guys like you to make sure to see if in fact they're legitimately hurt for a workman's comp claim, right?
Yes.
Or a civil case, like an auto accident, right?
Yes.
And there are tests that can be administered to people to see, from a psychiatrist standpoint, whether or not there is objective indicia of the fact that the person is indeed malingering.
Yes.
And what are those tests?
Well, I'm not a neuropsychologist, but there's a test called the SIRS, also the TOMS test of memory. So there are certain tests that can be given by neuropsychologists to assess malingering about certain aspects, certain issues.
You've also heard, I imagine, of the MMPI, which is the Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory Test, right?
Yes.
And that's one that has different scales that you can examine to determine if somebody is lying or malingering or exaggerating or anything like that, right?
Correct.
And you know that Dr. Helbrun administered that very test to Lindsay about, I don't know, 2 months before you got there, right?
Yes.
Which would be about 4 months from now, where we stand now, right?
Something like that.
And would you agree, sir, that even though it would have been perhaps better to actually meet with Lindsay within the first 6 months after the incident, or a year even, or maybe even 2 years, but nevertheless, it still has reliability and validity, does it not, when it's administered to her?
The MMPI does, yes.
Okay. And you know, sir, that she, in fact, had no impact on the scales at all, with the exception of likelihood of suicide.
Yes, that's my understanding.
Indicating that as far as that test that was administered to her by Dr. Helbrun did not have any evidence at all. This kid was lying, exaggerating, suppressing anything. She was being truthful, right?
Objection.
Overall.
About the questions that were on the MMPI, yes.
And those questions, sir, pertain to personality.
So the Minnesota multiphasic is not a diagnostic tool per se, but it does give you indications of personality types and possible indications of, disorders and things like that. But what it would also do is, show you if a subject or an evaluee is more likely to exaggerate or minimize their symptoms. Are they compliant? Are they a people pleaser? Are they going to, advocate for themselves, or are they just going to grin and bear it? Now, a lot of these things, again, you could possibly pick up with just observable behavioral things, but these are sort of things that maybe you would want to test, you know, to give a general read of how this particular evaluee might behave or might react when asked a question, about, hey, did you do this? Or what were your symptoms? If they have, people pleasing, compliant, anxious hypersensitivities to others' judgment, then they might very much consciously or unconsciously minimize their symptoms.
Traits, they pertain to her recollection, they pertain to all of the investigation that Helbrun was conducting, right?
No.
Okay. So when the tests were administered and the results were provided,
Hi, let's
would you
go.
agree with me, yes or no, that specifically the test indicated that she was not malingering?
Yes.
Okay. You mentioned one of the other things that you were concerned. Oh, by the way, would you agree with me that Dr. Philip Resnick, as you indicated, is like a world-renowned person on filicide, of the killing of your children? He's also a person that is in the forefront pretty much worldwide on malingering, right?
Yes, he has written about that.
He's done more than write about it. He's basically given hundreds of lectures and many, many, many learned treatises, all about people that lie to psychiatrists to try to get away with something, right?
Live and large, yes, this particular expert only interacted with Lindsay through a television screen, as Reddington would say. Thank you, Lesko.
Right?
Yes.
Okay. And you know, sir, that Dr. Resnick examined Lindsay, and one of the first things that he did was determine whether or not, in his opinion, she was malingering, lying, suppressing, exaggerating, or doing anything like that, right?
Yes.
In his opinion, sir, when you read his report after all the testing, his examination, is that she was not lying to him at all. Isn't that right?
Yes.
One of the things that you referenced, sir, was you felt that Lindsay was lying about standing at the refrigerator and making chicken McNuggets or whatever, and carrots or peas or something. And you felt that that wasn't right because the child had already had a bowl and was eating, I think you told the jury, chicken nuggets and vegetables or something like that, right?
Green beans.
Green beans. Have you looked at the photograph, sir, that's in evidence in this case about that bowl?
Quite some time ago.
Does that show any residue of chicken nuggets or green beans in the bowl?
Not that I recall.
No, it shows like sliced up residue of a cucumber, possibly a carrot, like vegetables, right?
Not that I recall.
So there are 3 kids, one of which is an infant who obviously pretty recently got finished breastfeeding, is on the bottle, so he's not going to eat chicken McNuggets, right?
Right.
So we have 2 young children that have to be fed, correct?
Yes.
You have 2 young children that Lindsay indicated that she was at the refrigerator getting the chicken and the vegetables so that she could feed the kids, correct?
Yes.
Told you that she would not give the kids chicken McNuggets and vegetables in a bowl, that she would have a plate, right?
Not necessarily.
And this is, again, another strategic mistake by the Commonwealth. These are 2 diametrically or mirror opposite approaches. For the Commonwealth, you have umbrella psychiatric experts that have fields of study that are not anywhere near what they're doing, but they're covered by the field of psychiatry or psychology. Now, again, juxtapose that with the defense that has basically scalpeled down to the very foremost experts in what they needed to get across to the jury. They might not have been charismatic, all of them. They might not have been easy to hear or, interact with because of Zoom or technology drawbacks. But as a juror, you have to be wondering why it is that the defense went out and actually did the sort of cursory, cover your behind look at what the expert was going to say versus the Commonwealth, who, of the 3 experts, I don't think they've been near a breeding age female in the last 40 years, give or take a decade.
Necessarily.
So when she was at the refrigerator, sir, it's your understanding that she was not being truthful? Telling you that? Is that what you're telling the jury?
I think what I said was very inconsistent with what she had told Dr. Spinelli.
So when she's at the refrigerator and telling you, your interview, I know you imported Dr. Spinelli's report, you imported Dr. Resnick's report, you imported Dr. Zeisel's report. When you were talking to Lindsay, did she tell you she was getting food for the kids out of the fridge?
That's my recollection.
Now, with all of the understanding in your testimony, sir, about the voices, correct me if I'm wrong. You're telling this jury and Dr. Satov's opinion, based on your experience and all of your writings and everything, that when one hears voices, they would be internal or external? To be legit.
They can be either.
Really? I'm sorry. I thought you said that they had to be a particular type, like not internal. If they're internal, they're probably lying. But that's not true. I'm wrong.
The voice that Ms. Clancy told me about during the time of this event, she said was external.
Okay. And is that consistent with your understanding, sir, of the research on auditory hallucinations?
Well, some auditory hallucinations can be internal.
So
for people who are psychotic.
And you were aware, sir, that Philip Resnick, Dr. Resnick, did publish the article in the International Journal of Law and Psychiatry in 2014 in conjunction with Simon McCarthy-Jones. You're aware of that?
Yes.
Treatise, yes. And would you agree with me, sir, that in fact, just that some doctors might feel that hallucinations auditory must originate from the exterior as opposed to interior? Would you agree, sir, that in this article, claim number 1, doctors may say, voices are typically heard as coming from inside the head, with the corollary that voices heard as coming from outside the head are atypical. Would you agree with that?
Tammy Faye, it's Sam Eagle. While Tim Curry has a great many movies that we can all watch in his honor tonight, I will be watching Muppet Treasure Island. So that's Sam Eagle. I am never going to stop being a Muppet fan.
That was not my recollection of the research. That
Okay.
I understood that it was a minority of.
No, excuse me. It doesn't matter what you.
Oh, hold on. Good. Next question.
I'm going to approach you with the article. We've already established. Local authority, right into it. Well, okay.
It was quite some time ago.
Sure. So if we can share that,
You want me to say it?
I want you to share it. Put it right here so I can look at it. Okay. Would you agree, sir, that it says voices are typically heard? This is a claim number one. In other words, doctors feel voices are typically heard as coming from inside the head, with the corollary that voices heard as coming from outside the head are atypical. Did I read that right?
Yes.
Okay. And what does atypical mean?
Atypical means unusual.
And this article is saying that there are psychiatrists that feel that voices heard outside of the head.
Yes, Twaddlebaum. Unfortunately, I guess it's bittersweet because I know that Tim Curry was battling with a lot of health issues that were really just awful. So I know that he was ready to be at peace, but I don't think the rest of the world is ever going to be ready. So sadly, both he and Dolly have moved to a place where they're at peace. It has come out that Dolly was dealing with cancer right before she passed. So I wish they could be at peace and we didn't have to lose them.
Auditory hallucinations are indeed not legitimate. Is that fair?
That was the old original way of thinking. That was the way it was taught at one time. That they had to be external for someone to actually be experiencing psychosis.
Okay, so we agree then, as Dr. Resnick indicates, that the research evidence does not support the claim that internal located voices are emblematic of genuine AVH,
Auditory verbal hallucinations.
and externally located voices are atypical. These sites are a particular word, correct?
Yes.
For example, that says, the largest study on this question, Matthew Jones, was in 2012. That's what you're referring to as the old research, right?
This is also masterful because if you remember, I believe Dr. Resnick was the one that it was very, very hard to hear because of the connection on Zoom. So he is bolstering Dr. Resnick's testimony with Dr. Resnick himself, using Dr. Resnick as the authoritative source of the subject. I need you to understand just how legitimately strategically awesome this is. Sorry, I will continue nerding out in silence.
But one other thing you were in med school, we talked about too.
That, yeah, I was speaking about very old.
Okay. Basically found that of 199 psychiatric patients, 81% who had been diagnosed with schizophrenia, 38% heard both voices coming from.
Yes, Darvader, that is the court pterodactyl. It is one of the many audio maladies of this trial that we don't know if, but yeah, I have been calling it the court pterodactyl, but I'm not quite sure what is causing it. And unfortunately, I do have to boost the sound to quite an extent because, bless his heart, Kevin Reddington cannot stay near a microphone to save his life. He's a pacer. And instead of giving him a lapel mic like any, halfway competent person, no, it's okay. I do try. It's better than you thinking that you are having, some sort of auditory issues or something like that. So no, it's been bothersome this entire trial, but the audio's been not so great on this one.
Inside and outside their head. Did I read that right?
You did.
So when Lindsay indicated to you that she indeed heard a loud auditory hallucination, voice, deep male commanding her to do what she told you, that was external, correct?
Yes.
And you don't have any issues with that. In other words, that is very likely could be legitimate.
Yes.
Okay. Now, if you take a young woman who, as the evidence has shown, suffering with her medical condition, her psychiatric condition, and seeing doctors and being prescribed medications and reaching out to people for help and suicide hotlines and people down in Rhode Island and McLean Locked Wards Institute. If I hold an opening statement, sir, would you agree that in her efforts to maintain control, she, meaning Lindsay, withheld?
Form of the question?
Yeah, if we could approach.
Sure.
Holy cow. You guys, I need you to understand what's happening here. Basically, Reddington is taking, or he's going to try to form a hypothetical based on his opening statement. And of course, the Commonwealth isn't going to like this, but this is incredibly strategically brilliant. If he can get this doctor to even halfway concede that it is within the realm of possibility that Lindsay experienced anything that he's going to bring up in a hypothetical, this is incredibly damaging to the Commonwealth and why they're going to sidebar.
She disengaged, she oppressed her providers.
I guess he won that one, but let me. Now, I do want to remind you guys, I know you guys have been watching trials, but if you happen to have skipped or stumbled on this live feed, if Lindsay is found not guilty by reason of mental impairment or defect, she will not be going free. She will be remaining in a state institution until doctors and a team of professionals adjudicate her sane or not a risk to herself and others. Lesko says the guy who prescribes my sleep meds is a world expert, is a psychopharmacology or in psychopharmacology, and will still do what you mean. Your favorite color is blue, aqua, blue, teal. Tell me more. So he asked questions. But it does seem like he was able to win the sidebar, and he will be able to go line by line through his opening statement and say, did Lindsay do this? Because his opening statement was basically, Lindsay tried to get help. This tragedy happened. We're going to walk you through the timeline of what every time Lindsay asked for help and was turned away. We are not denying any of the facts that the Commonwealth is going to bring about this situation, the base tragedy, the loss of these children. What we are going to point out is every time that Lindsay went for help and was either just thrown medications or turned away because she did not have a plan. And this is, again, Kevin Reddington is pacing a masterpiece in mirror opposite to what the Commonwealth has done. Reddington has not changed his theory, not once. The defense has not changed an iota this entire trial. The Commonwealth has damn near done everything but throw spaghetti at the wall, from Lindsay was faking it to, okay, fine, she was a little bit mentally ill. Okay, fine, maybe she had bipolar, but this totally was still made up. To, okay, fine, Patrick was the one who searched on his laptop. To, he is holding a mirror up to the Commonwealth about how this case could have been handled respectfully, with intellectual curiosity and the desire to find justice.
Police reports, statements of witnesses, grand jury, photographs, videos, interviews of Lindsay, review of witness statements, all of that you told us yesterday that you reviewed. That in fact, on January 24th of 2023, Lindsay made a calculated decision. She was a woman who no longer liked the life she thought she wanted. It was getting harder and harder for her to control. And when she saw the opportunity to escape, she made the selfish choice to take it, and to take Cora, Dawson, and Callan first, before attempting to take her own life. Continuing on, sir, she chose to manipulate her providers, seek out a quick and easy fix.
Oh my God. I misdiagnosed. He's reading the Commonwealth. And yes, I smoke nicotine. We live in the current timeline. What do y'all want from me?
When she was feeling depressed and anxious, and when she didn't get what she expected, she chose the alternate route. She would seek a different doctor. She would change medications after days. She disengaged from treatment that she didn't like the plan. And after only 4 months in treatment, she made a choice, a deliberate and intentional decision that she did not want to try anymore. And because no one could take care of her kids the way she wanted them to, she had to take them with her too. Would you agree that the evidence, in your opinion, supports that contention, sir?
Well, there's a lot in that.
Yeah, it is. Do you agree that it would support your contention, sir, or it would not?
I think that statement that you read really minimizes what she was going through.
Jen, I need you to understand that that was the Commonwealth's opening statement. That was their thesis statement starting this trial. That was that they said that they were going to prove to this jury, and their expert didn't even know the way they presented their case. So for those of us who have not liked the Commonwealth, that's exactly why we didn't like the Commonwealth, because they had a chance to present this case with a modicum of decency, with a modicum of understanding, even if they couldn't at all offer Lindsay any compassion for whatever reason. They could have had compassion for the situation, or at least intellectual honesty, and not have presented that as their opening statement. It reads like an entry in Regina George's burn book, and not at all an objective evaluation of the facts in this case. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is what happens when you actually care about a case. You're a good daggone attorney, and you just blow up the Commonwealth, figuratively, with their last expert witness.
All right, thank you.
Y'all, I legitimately cannot listen to Jen. Now, I don't bring this up for sympathy or nothing, because look, I have an awesome life. I get to do this, which is my dream semi-profitable tax write-off at this moment, but in future, a giant successful empire. But and this is so ridiculous to admit. With all the fronts and storms moving through, it has not been easy on my body, as far as complex regional pain syndrome. And there are a couple things going on in the background that I don't wanna worry y'all with right now. But suffice it to say that this year has been a daggone decade. Um, as far as just things going on. So I do not wanna end the stream, but, I am getting to the point where if I push it much longer, I might not be able to come on tomorrow, so I do intend to play catch up and everything. But, I do have to stop here for the time being, so I do apologize for that. I am going to send you guys over to Defense Diary, and I do encourage you guys to follow their coverage. They are not like me. They haven't skipped through. They have now I will give you the caveat or the warning that they are pro-defense in this particular case, but they are thoughtful, very intelligent legal minds, and you get the added bonus of sometimes their adult daughter provides commentary as well, and they have been a very good voice for, thought and reason in this trial, and it's been very much needed. And they've been covering this since before, uh, it went to trial. Why in the world is it not showing? Are defense diaries not streaming? I would having them. YouTube, I don't need you to be clever with me. I am legitimately in no mood. All right, I will be sending you over to Pretty Lies and Alibis then, but I do encourage you to check out Defense Diaries. They do, and there is the added bonus that with Defense Diaries, I'm not sure about Pretty Lies and Alibis. I haven't been paying attention as much to her coverage. Not that she isn't awesome, but Bob Mata has been in the courtroom and can and does give impressions during his portion of the live streams, and he's a unique storyteller. So you're gonna get the unfiltered truth from Bob. So that is one of the highlights. Thank you guys so much for joining and being support, and rest in peace, Dolly and Tim Curry. The world has lost so many people this year. Go out and sprinkle kindness and rhinestones, people. I will see you later on tonight. I will be on with Shizzy. So thank you guys so much, and I will see you in a little bit. Bye, you guys.